we can only be talking about Giannis. Yes, they won 14 of their last 18 games. Tied for the best record in the East since late January. They're outscoring their opponents by nearly 13.5 points a game, which is the best of the league in that stretch. This goes to show you fans can ride very high and very low on these roller coasters that almost seems to be on a day in and day out basis. What are the right things to do with New York side? What are the right things to say about that? Yeah. Knicks fans are going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to decide on half empty or half full. There are going to be nights like this yesterday where they will cost them. They have 10, 25-point games this season. That is a team that is very powerful. If you hold Dale Bridges to the standard you think he thinks he's got to get them, which he looked like yesterday, there's going to be nights where you're disappointed. If you hold Carl Towns to the standard you think he's good numbers, by the way, he had scored his first double-double yesterday, there's going to be nights where you're disappointed. So when you get to the top of their game, and I just want to point out that for the last month, they've been the top 5 in defense consistently. At the top of their game, they can be a serious threat to in the finals, just like the Spurs in the finals, which made now 50 fights this season. But they are not this team every night, and that's what you got to say. No one knows that better again. I remind everyone around the country how many Monica do with them getting in and getting out. So Monica double. I mean, the Knicks, as far as all that really matters, the Knicks fans believe this is their when you look at the conference and everything, I think this is like to the final. Why didn't you get that on the board? Well, it's funny because I'm not going to keep going into the game when everybody calls it down. My next key for the story of the season is finding some confidence in the team. Let's do this incredibly talented. One thing that can happen is basically well as the 3-point shot goes because they're going to have a hand out to the very good. Right. So that puts us right in the middle of the number first. Three-point shooting and offensive rebounding. The time that the Knicks got the ball and got the glass, they got the run. It was simple when they got the run, they did a dedicated. That case, you have the issue. You're a Knicks fan. That's the team that you're going to beat in the NBA Cup final. Just beat them on Sunday. But that game that Monica Drucker beat in San Antonio was a wild goal. Both teams were under 30 points down. It took Champagne having a clear day at 3-point range for them to get the win. But this is a top 10 offense, top 5 offense. This is a top 10 defense now. This is a team that has gotten their defense right over the last couple of weeks. And so when they play that way, they give you that type of championship feel. And I'll also add, in a year like this, they give you a championship feel. Yeah, and the defense is playing so great now. But I'll be honest with you, I have personally been critical of watching that stat versus the iPad. Last night was a long time and seeing that they held a team under 100 points. I think actually are putting together on both sides of the court. But the fact is not that right now. Finding a difference. And this is the time to do it, right? That's what you're looking for now for the final stretch. And then, how about on the other side of it? Whether or not I had a moment or two yesterday when you but the Spurs, I saw it in the levels and it looked like a team that had been on the road for a very long time. What do we say about this team that had won 11 consecutive games? That's about it. Yeah, they've had this incredible road trip where they haven't played a game in San Antonio in many ways. Almost 11 games, all of these games are on the road. They played a couple of games in Austin and they're playing for one game. But this has been a tremendous run for them. It's a good movie game. They've been to the game. Also, here's the thing about the Spurs. When they don't shoot 3-pointers, they were 9 of 34 yesterday. That's what you look at. They are very high grade. We started 3-pointers the other day, have a great shooting game, and then counted it. If they don't shoot the 3 well, they can be beat. That's the first season and short of the finals, the Republicans just played a huge part of their defense. And there's this quick thing here of Marco Longo over Spurs right now. I mean, we were talking about that last week, so they can make a huge run for them. What you want to play with them about? I'm not going to say that, I don't think that's how it went, but I'm still really more going to again, there's never seen a team not have any problem experience with their core and win a championship, but there's a really good time with a guy like that. That is one of there's a lot of hoops to get through this morning. And we go over now to the NFL, a very busy week in the combine, of course. So let's run the hurry out myself and my general manager, Mike Sandoval. Who is the biggest winner of the
unknown? Did we throw away the Middleton?
Quarterback Alabama coming into the combine, all year was Christian year, finish where he got the 50 years old. He was by far the best thrower of a football. He is
Oh, when you get a chance, can you look on Facebook? Actually, I'm shooting for a ladder.
And right on the other side of the highway on this map, you can notice that Oklahoma State University opened up a satellite campus there in 1993. Similar things have happened here in Florida as well, like Miami has overturned the highway identified unshoring through historically black neighborhoods, crack codes, everything in America.
There was a moment in this season when people were talking about but now it seems that we're sort of the roller coaster is heading down up of it. What do you think is true about that? It's actually true. And then this is also, what they were saying, this is the son of a back in the high school, college, his father, Jason, since 2006.
I was gonna ask you to look for a ladder on Facebook Marketplace, but I can do that. Yeah. I was thinking I couldn't do that, but that's make a post or whatever. Like so something. Yeah, but it's I don't have access to the Tiger Cuts. You say what? What you doing, man?
Physical talent and athletic ability at the combine. This size, for 1.436, coming off of his performance in his career at Notre Dame, I know he's not going to go number one overall. That he's more than likely going to be Fernando Mendoza. When it comes to best player in the draft, that's very high level. I've been hearing that all season long. From now. The question is just about the position. Like, how high are you willing to take the running back? Because there's no pick that's too high for the talent in this case.
We're gonna talk about it more.
I just had a little bit of
We're gonna talk about it more. It's in the work week will go Sunday to Saturday.
I mean, if it makes them feel better, I don't have a problem with those three being
Saturday.
But again, not everyone works.
Yeah. Well, I have conditions. I'm gonna say put in the let's do the Saturday thing, but what I was gonna say is there has to be concessions. So if we're gonna do Saturday, then because somebody proposed, well, Saturday by 7. And I was like, well, what happens if you leave at 2? And they're like, well, you still got till 7. And I'm like, nah. That's my only concession is it's either by the time you leave, or if you don't come in that day, then it has to be paid by so just like make that for sure. And then obviously when I coming in, you're gonna get like electronically, and so if you pay electronically, you must set a notification that your friend was paid, and then like stating cash out sale, whatever the method is. So I'll make that concession, although I don't want to. And the work week will go from Saturday. Sunday through Saturday.
then why not just make it?
Because they proposed that it would be paid by the end of the day. Like, by basically, Matt, I can't remember who said it. One of them said it should be paid by the end of the day Saturday, end of the work day Saturday. And I was like, well, what if you leave early? They were like, still, just has got to be paid by 7. That's what they like. And what I'm saying is, it's got to be paid by the time you walk through. And if not, or if you just don't even show up that day, it's got to be paid by then. But midnight on Saturday, although we're always off at that time, my mind is often, I try to get my mind off of somewhere else. And so,
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a Monday edition.
because when you're here and you leave, you and I know it's you. You and I know before you go, right? If it's not paid by a certain time, I'm expecting to see the money. Like it's just more. It's easier for me. Hello, how you doing?
Oh, no. I thought it was over there. Oh. Not my new house. Oh.
right on the other side of the
I could have swore you said it was like new
so that was the first place I was trying to move, but it didn't. Yeah, it didn't work out. They were too good for me. They were stupid. That neighborhood. There's so much I like. It's all rich. Do you have a pro day of the week, or is every day the same?
It's like, it
I think when people make a decision to do what you do, they've done their research and they've made their mind
already,
You know what I'm saying?
kind of
So,
back and forth.
yeah. So they kind of already they already decided like, yeah, this month.
Exactly.
Oh, it's this month. I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Let me figure it out. clipboard. What up, my friend? Have an appointment or just walking in?
I'm just trick or treat and power supply.
We have a barber supply.
Oh,
Got your beat, man. Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
I've managed a multi-million-dollar operation, overcome complex issues, and delivered real business. As complex as the experience, steady leadership and make sure every decision is made.
What's up with no cap? Oh, yeah.
Fire the water with mouth on that up. I want you to watch this out here. I think I'm going to put out tires up again. Put it better to the back. And now here's that. I don't know what to say. I got the ball in the skirt like this. The pizza man just go over this to the moment of the store. Come on, then I'll show you how to see the whole of the old car.
Yeah, I saw a video, it's a viral video going on right now where they talk about that song Only with Chris, Nicki, the dude was talking about the distribution payment, who gets what, verse, the artist, the producer, like all that stuff. It was like a 4-minute video where he was breaking it down. I was like, I didn't know it was that.
like one song, one like placement for a producer can change their life. Like maybe just one song.
You too, my man. Have a good week. I didn't hear you. Skate? I mean, I grew up a skater. Yeah. I can't rollerblade to save my life, but I'm like Nancy Kerrigan with some roller skates. Christy Yamaguchi. You say have a skate party? Where at? I believe I still have a pair of skates at the house. You know where they are, son? You know what I'm talking about, though? Oh, Lord. Yeah, I had a nice pair of skates, matter of fact. Huh? You say what? Bear Creek? I don't know what or where that is.
Well, it's not too far.
Okay. Is it an outdoor or indoor type thing? Indoor?
It's like built off.
Oh, yeah? A crown looks better, but I don't think it's going to be here. Yeah, it does look a little better, but I just based on what I'm seeing, I could obviously be wrong, but I don't see how it is improving. It does look like you did? Okay. Then that would be okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't, but I'm guessing that that's the area that most people, whether they have male pattern baldness or whether they have, I forgot what the other one's called, but they all end up there. Some start there and some end there, but it's always a part of people's balding situation. So my guess is that.
The one thing you can ensure for yourself is that is nothing. They're not going to put any public pressure on them. They're not going to let you see it working out. Because
See what's wrong. So can you check the group chat? Did Mass anything about coming in or coming in late?
That said, I should not sit here and report to you exactly that thing's going to happen, because I think that's still the problem is they have stayed in the hunt, back way more than they expected. So when they go ahead and we come back and make it better, process the pressure that comes to that. Because when they stepped on the board and they announced that they come back, even if they really did, 7 2 bucks. But there's a favorite, yeah, come out of the East for sure. And a favorite in the championship. Might be one fair play. No one has come back from the injury that within 12 months or less and jump right into a playoff race for the playoffs. That's me a lot. It might be unfair. But for him also, he can't be a role player. He is the advantage to be the difference. I'm looking at the math now at this point, though. So what is it, right? Like 20 games or so left to go. Like, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. So I also appreciate it like happening. That doesn't actually be a role player. Sure, never say it. The boy, Paul, still has left up like this. There's nothing to do whatever. What about the impact you can have on the team? They've learned how to play this way. So with the 20 and 20, with Brown as the main piece and a lot of other guys playing roles, he steps in to change the dynamic. I just think that was probably what we're going at. If we talk about that before, I'm obviously going up and all the pieces that I'm going to say. But I think that's not what we figured out. Yes, there will be something. Let's worry about that and we'll worry about like and I think it's a great example of sometimes the context is everything. People are going to react to things saying, I'm not coming in as a role player. It was important that we remind you. He said that 6 weeks ago to the surgery. He didn't say it in the last point. Okay, now they're promising this all morning long. Michael Jordan has had another 3-peat. Tyler Reddick became the first NASCAR Series driver to win the first 3 races of the season. He won the season opening Daytona 500. He won a week later at Atlanta, and then he won yesterday at the Circuit of the Americas, driving a Toyota, co-owned by Jamie Hamlin and Michael Jeffrey. That's the hardest one to win. Look, I just put up the money. I'm just a competitor. And I think Phoenix does an unbelievable job in terms of helping build this team. And I think the team has done a good job of just taking out leadership and going out and winning. That's what it's about, winning. Let the record show Jordan completed one of his 3-peats in Phoenix. He is the moment Tyler Reddick posted it yesterday. He's got the 3-peat. Jordan has the 3-peat. It's another one for Michael. All he does is win. Everywhere he goes, apparently. Saturday, when they were all in that storm and they were all hugging and high-fiving, the amount taller he is than everyone else. I can't be the only one who noticed that. But wait, man, what are your thoughts on Michael Jordan and a 3-peat in Napa? This is working out for everybody. It's working out for Jordan. It's the high school to travel the morning because let me just point out that since Jordan sold control square the point of they've been on a gigantic upswing, they had another big win over the weekend, and their starting lineup, which is now back intact after the suspension from the fight in the pitching window, the starting lineup is now 18 and 2. That group led by Constantinople, Brandon Miller, and LaMelo Ball. Is the number 1 lineup in the league in terms of the run differential.
I know it's right.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad.
Now it is being run and being run beautifully starting morning. One of the decisions is the defensive in the last time. The comparison rate is similar to last year. So about a year ago now, I told you that the Indiana Pacers were further hiding in the I can't call the Hornets a contender yet, but this is a powerhouse hiding in plain sight. They have been one of the best teams in the NBA for 2+ months. They play and both over the court, and their young guy, Constantinople, is now taking over and rising the guys in the league for rookie of the year. This is a team that we're going to be talking a lot about. They're still owned by 30%. Still doing fine. They're winning, all is well, I remember when you heard that first, that's the right on the Philadelphia or freedom? Well, the Eagles move AJ Brown kind of down. How much will it cost to trade for the star receiver? We'll answer those and other questions. We are rolling. Get up on ESPN. triple speed and better. That's why consider milk doesn't. The beer has a high sugar. As a drinker, I don't get that one. I didn't want to feel that urgency. That's what's wrong with it. A better dad, a better husband, a bit more grounded in personal thanks for the better time, better time to learn.
Why not have to make a payment and show up for work every day? I should have access to my money like I have. That's why I made it easy. I take my pay time, choosing first when I learn the problem, and I get to see overdraft and my money. Plus,
Yeah, it's always your
I can
like
no place, no interest, no management. Finally, I'm looking full of high level. This is so awesome. I got everyone I ever told. We're the millions of members my class, so please bring me my class.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector is taking a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is car insurance. America's #1 auto protection company. Car Insurance is A+ is a better business deal than the America's most trusted auto protection company. With Car Insurance, drivers can save thousands on covered parts, systems, and engines, transmissions, and system and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other competitors. Car Insurance saved me $2,700 in a real life. I love Car Insurance. Here's my life.
Our life as nurses, we just get up on that for doing very nice when somebody steps up and helps out. If our somebody down partial, it means they have our back.
Your car is out of order. It's not a matter of if it'll break down or when. Your car is too late. If it's broken, it's time to car repair. Our team is ready to help you around nationwide. Thousands of better shops in your shop. Or they're not there for everyone. Unlike other companies, they don't just get you with a team of places. I trust Car Deals because you give.
I get filed from the local fire company and my price, and then I start living with us when the age of my car.
Car Deals is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give Car Shield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now. Call Car Shield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repair. Call 800-587-7951. 800-587-7951. I'm Omar Size. My mom died from cancer. She was on 37. That's why having life insurance is so important. Because listen to life insurance is minutes from 100% online. No medical insurance. We are back on Get Up, and I insist we talk about the golf yesterday. This was one of the most beautiful things I've ever watched. Well, actually, hasn't seen it. That Shane Lowry, world-class player on 16 with a three-shot lead. With a three-shot lead, he hit an iron off the tee. And look where he hits this ball. Look, he hit that ball. Well, he winds up having to drop like 50 yards past the tee. So now he's got his third shot from there, trying to get up and down and make five. Instead, he puts in a bunker of nuts. He actually makes an unbelievable shot out of the bunker, two minutes double again. So he goes from a one-shot lead to a three-shot lead to a one-shot lead. Right in front of him is Angel Echeverria on 17. Watch how close he is to being in the water and out of the event. Comes on cut. He has a even started afterwards, the easiest birdie putt on the whole course. Straight uphill on 17. So in the span of about 30 seconds, wow. So he goes from Lowry up 3 to now with Tom. Lowry standing behind him on 17. Look where he hits this ball. Oh my God, damn. It's just getting worse and worse. and worse. You know, by the way, the houses on the other side of the little street there, they're now used for all kinds of trouble. You know, the 18 downstreet to use the diesel to try and force a car. Get in the hole! So he hit the 300 into that bunker, so he needs to pull out from the bunker, or Nico Engineering, who bought a house on Monday, to be able to pay for it on Sunday. And look how close Larry comes to making this after shooting. Oh my God. But it is inconvenient. So Larry, he's just running the where he wants to get 5 per second. So he goes from 3 up on 16 with his 40-year-old daughter walking the course with him for the first ever time. So he wound up losing by 2. She's got one of the most painful things you've ever seen. Anyway, on the CTO match,
You say sharper? The point? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, I'm good.
so we got a match tonight. All the stars will be there tomorrow. 7 Eastern on ESPN, 7 ESPN app at the SoFi Center. It's LA 659. Okay, that was excruciating or delightful, depending on your perspective. Let's go to the required read. Your friends Jeremy Fowler and Dan Barano are now on ESPN.com. Have a ton of intel on trades following the combine. And here's what they wrote about A.J. Brown. The teams have contacted the Eagles about a potential Brown trade. The word is that Philly's asking price remains too high. This lines up with what I heard about the Eagles trade. It's open to the right offer, but we're happy to do it again. They don't want to just get rid of Brown or see him off the that's again right now the Fowler on ESPN.com. That's on our right there. Peter, help us with this. What are you doing about Philadelphia? What do you expect? How are you going to get so long? How are you going to get down there?
More than
That's like 6 hours. I'll tell you that. Spoke to all the agents. We get a feel for what they're talking on. A.J. Brown is firmly a part of the Eagles' future. However, this time of year, I don't know if you're seeing Wheeler. So if you want to blow him over the offer, you can certainly make the offer. But I will come over here on Monday and I'll tell you after the combine, there's a lot less of a feeling that they're proactively shopping A.J. Brown. In fact, Shawn made his presentation to people that they want to 17 teams that offer the quarterback position. They're going to show what they can do. So I believe A.J. Brown will be leader, but I will also tell you that Howie Roseman's line is always open. If you want to offer the farm, do it. I am no way questioning the report, but I'm questioning whether a defender would go into the way that you want to sell. I don't mind. I mean, it's a little bit too much to work with. It's intentional. There's going to be a picture of a wide receiver leaving a book on the sideline. I know they won the Super Bowl that year, but if they had run their course, there's no way in the world that relationship is working out for anybody says. It's not about how good a player is really believing. At the end of the day, I still believe. Football go to Buffalo. Over to that, they'll figure their way to the stuff. Not to go up the season, but I just think it's around 6.67. I would say this play, and they should have first game of four. Like 23 years of last year, he played really well for them. And then get around, and then yeah, exactly. How about John Spencer? How about Mike Greenwald with the new? What is that picture about that? What is this picture of the draft? That is Jason Brown. I agree. Part of that is, what do you it's being number one. That's a big part of it. That's a significant role in creating your football team as far as ability to play. Now, Devontae Smith in the last 2 weeks, when A.J. Brown has not been available, 14 yards per catch, 9 yards per target, 3 yards per run. That's a number one wide receiver as far as consistent whole performance. There's just not a big body of work that can take it that outgrossing the figure that I know it. There's a lot of things that it is, but it seems to be perfect. So I understand like some more greater because of this contraction thought process. So if we hold on the football field, he is a dominant.
One little thing bothers me. It's like a little dark burn. I don't know if you see it. I couldn't see the next one.
Do you see the this guy? That's a different angle. Like that's a It's an 8.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I would say 8 point.
I see that.
Yeah, it's just so this. I mean, unless a child is looking at you, like people aren't going to look at you.
Yeah.
start a new hour and ask what I think is a fascinating question. So I assume that you saw this. The man's entering into Olympic hockey stars were on Saturday Night Live celebrating the other night. And that, of course, is the man of the hour, the man of the year, the man of the century, Jack Hughes. And he's still got, the teeth like that. And it got me thinking, that is now so his signature that the question is, if you're Jack Hughes, do you have to win it? But most of the time, hockey players get their teeth knocked out all the time, and then you just use that. But this would be like, I don't know, like Michael Strahan getting braces, or Anthony Davis shaving a living ground. Like, that's their role, right? This is the whole thing. Jack Hughes, you gotta leave the teeth this way.
We should have the overlay of Bobby Clark from back in the 70s with his smile. Right. That was his look. Right. But my 17-year-old daughter says, no, get the teeth fixed. He loves Jack.
Yes, I mean, everyone loves Jack Hughes. The question is, don't you think Monica that he's why are they making up there? No, I think he's not gross. And look, look, how can they do we have to be fair like type it up?
He doesn't do it dirty.
No, I don't know.
It's not going to hit again with a ball, but
I'm always thinking, it's marketing. When the board might be pretty good.
there are dentists everywhere screaming right now.
This is his brand. His brand is that he got his teeth knocked out and scored the goal.
His whole brand is that he scored the golden goal. That's his
After
brand.
getting his teeth knocked
He's
out.
going to look golden.
I think that's an incredibly important part of the story. Okay, we'll continue to debate that as we continue, but we go with the full basketball squad and the full football squad, and your hour number 2 on Get Up this morning, and it begins here in New York City at the Garden. The Red Hot Spurs. They won
CJ, do you have anybody scheduled today?
Doing Victor Wembanyama thing.
Do you have anybody scheduled today? Not yet. When Matt gets here, we'll talk.
And then, late the first quarter into the second quarter, the Knicks just took over.
I don't know. Schedule says yeah. I don't know.
19 overall. He got 24 points on the game last night. Mikal Bridges also had a great day out.
Great big side defense here from him. We're going to see a couple of he was walking in both hands, and that worked fine.
And now let me show you something that you have never seen in your entire life. And that is giving you that. That's the one. Let's see where he's going. That's what's going on.
That's an elbow jump. That's a jump shot from the elbow. He jumped from the elbow. You don't understand how hard that is?
Well, that was pretty much all the Spurs had yesterday. That's another steal for Mikal Bridges. He had 5 of those in the game and 25 points. And then here comes another one. They'll give it up to Landry Shannon. The Spurs looked like they ran out of gas at the end of what has been a very long road trip. It doesn't take away from how good they've been, but for the Knicks, what was the little goal in the goal line? They're very, very good. When they're bad, they're very, very bad. They won 14 out of 18. A tie for the best record in the East since January 23rd. They're outscoring their opponents by nearly 13.5 points a game. That's the best they've ever been doing that stretch. So you don't need to tell me why every Knicks fan that I got in here is telling me when I come back from my vacation last week how terrible they are, how awful they are. We're going to start talking about Giannis already. And now the actual reality is, with the exception of a few bad nights, the Knicks have been very good this year. Talk to me.
Well, this is going to be probably the next business for the next 3 or 4 months. We're going to see them look awesome because they're starting a lot of especially the power. That might pick up a wallflower. You got 41 double-doubles for Carl Towns. He had another one yesterday, which leads the NBA. And then obviously, this is the guy that presents the most fights in New York City, bringing up fast swing. And so, look, this is a very strong team, including 2 inside over the Spurs, and a team that can lose to anybody. And so I say, buckle in, choose your side if you have that four, and then New York will probably put the back empty. And this is the way this team's going to be.
I know, I'm usually a person when it comes to the whole class open, I always say I've got like a 6 one. But in my particular case, I think this is just a difference. Look, when your coach is Tom Thibodeau, he's playing every night like it's 8-7 at the time. The Knicks are now more like a regular NBA team. Some nights they just don't have it. But when the lights come on, I think this is a team that's put together with a chance to make a difference. They made a deep run. I can't make it much deeper than last year for Game 7 of the conference final. I think this is a team that's ready to do exactly that.
Because of everything that has kind of run, that had a coach that drove them all the way. This is now a different approach, which is certain nights, you're not going to see them dial it up. Certain nights you are. That's why to me, they're feeling explored. The wide gap of they're slow, they can look bad like they're again, and they're really not popping on all cylinders. So when they are, we've seen them take down a lot of really good teams who have comebacks against good teams. But if you're a big fan, what you're hoping for is can they get past the cliff? If they do, if the Spurs are waiting for them, initially the Pacers are going to need something higher. The Pacers are going to decide for one of something right? Like that's what it is. And I don't want to keep an eye on the critical execution and making sure that we're not open to numbers. You know, just look at everything that's going last night. What they've done over close to 200 touchdowns. Like, that defense has shown up. The thing that bothers them, as I have watched the team, is when they don't see the blue ball, as an indicator, they start getting under the pressure of not getting the defensive team. That starts with the play. And then the out of the game. There's a reason why they did last night. That team was the reason. Yeah, it couldn't affect my memory. 7 game off for 2 years ago, that really all things so. But the point remains. We can finish it up with a thought on this first. They look at they had 11 game win streak. We were talking about almost all of it was on the road. They took one out of gas yesterday. What do we say about Brendan Shawn? Yeah, we're a team that we're going to look for a weakness on this roster. It's fair to come to. And they won in Detroit last Monday. They were awesome. We watched them this Sunday. Yesterday, just 9 of 30 That's not going to get it done. If the Spurs end up getting knocked out before the final week, I expect it to be upset. Because of the Titans and the ground up. The big shot them on the day. When they had their big step down in the States. We have a lightning rod and kind of comment. They want to get to the biggest lightning rod. They're going to do a little bit later in the hour. But now back to the NFL. After some combines and focusing, let's get in on the last year. Then let's talk about QB2 in this round. What is your opinion about Ty Simpson? Yeah, it's really Ty Simpson, QB2, and I'm very surprised that he's not had a really on the top 15 pick. We're talking about a very natural flow of the football. He's got great mechanics and feet that is on display in Indianapolis.
Suck up.
Okay, no, I'm
A lot of variables and injury and whatnot was phenomenal for starting the season. I think there's a lot of things that are going to be entertaining trying to get ahead of the ball into the and selecting Tyson. The Rams are a 13 in this draft. Even what you say. Steelers are higher than them. They're going to shift to Williams this thing. His father, I think his father, was a long-term veteran. He was going to be on
to say hi to you, but I have to bring it.
Thanks.
Good job. Good buffer.
If it isn't in writing, it didn't. Yeah, if it isn't in writing, it didn't happen. So, telling one of us, hey, I'm not going to be here today, or I'm leaving early or whatever, doesn't matter. You don't put it in writing so that we ever need to refer to it. Like, the same with if we agree to make a change to a house. Get us to, if we verbally agree to something, get us to put it in writing, and we'll all re-sign the independent contractor.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that those Simpson are very close, closer than the national perspective. If you're a team that or just the plane started to fall off with an injury and then the Alabama gets a couple of fingers on, that's a top 5 there. You put on a Missouri game, you're going, that's his guy, okay? I understand there's not a ton of college starts, but that's the thing.
got to figure that out. He's not huge. I think he's just shallow 6'2". So he weighs heavier. But when you just watch the person and you see his feet throw, those are always the two most important things. He sees it quickly, he throws it very well. So it's not the knock-on systems. He's like a first draft throughout with
The key, whoever's day it is to open and close is the one that needs to make sure the shot looks
The other thing I would say in relation to low home stars that we talk about, those are also athletic profiles that, okay, that's not my thing. It's a little bit of fun to do. Not a ton of stars, mechanically contact-capitalized time. Yeah, it was in college a long time ago. Yeah, that's right, the element starts. So he didn't become a starter until then, but he still had eligibility. There were people who go back and through, decided to come out and make a basically just, you're going to be a first-class thing, and that certainly is becoming but just to think about having seen with more official everything else around the world is good. The other so like, hey, this is an area with that growth, but that's what we're doing.
Because I don't want them to think, okay, well,
Oh, there was a moment in time that
I don't have to show up.
there was a moment in time.
I don't show up once, because I got to
Talking about that.
well, I have it in there, but it's just cute. I don't want to put it.
Yeah, but now it's the part where now there's a bigger chunk still to come.
I was going to get the first time you do it, they're cute.
I can't imagine 4'3" at his physical size is absolutely dominant. It reminds me the Marco Murray workout. Remember that all the time Cowboys star running back coming out of Oklahoma? It's the size and speed. This is a career where he had 36 touchdowns at Notre Dame. The average length of like 26 yards. The average. He had 14 touchdowns at Notre Dame that were over 30 yards. He's a phenomenal college. It's a really interesting. The best players in this draft class are the ones who are not the typical positions that you want. The best players in this class are running back, a safety, and a linebacker. How early is too early to start thinking about the running back there in Iowa? It's also paired with a draft therefore that has one bona fide quarterback in the Rosa, and no left tackle than for the outside edge rushers. There's a few of them nothing sort of better prospect. What are those deals? If you feel particular enough, he's got a chance to do overnight. Only take them because it's not that draft player in other positions of greater value or better player. I like it. I think you go as high as one thing. Whatever. Very good. How about I think you got Harbaugh on the
this way. Right here.
Hi. How'd you get up there?
I think three
Still turn elements.
You
gotta ask your dad for candy.
Are gonna have to sit there and say,
They give you candy without your dad's approval.
whether he was a better player on this draft than this young man. That's like a couple of people
Why are you blinding Mariah for running to a ball? Or run to a field?
running back
Or crash?
That said, there is a lot of good top I think we're going to see this weekend. I think we all thought that I was like, look at trade up. We'll see what they wind up doing. Meanwhile, much more from the combine of the football world, including the Minnesota Misfire, are the Vikings making moves that will set the clock for their quarterback and maybe their coach. Plus, if you want Draymond Green said about the trade, you got it. It is phenomenal. And we've got a lot to say for their spot. We're rolling along on this Monday.
Alright. got any appointments anytime soon? Alright, we will chit chat. At least me and see you. What about yes? Gather around, people gather. Alright, so most of this stuff, I think we understand this.
Yes.
So where with the stuff that we don't agree, or at least we don't agree. So understand this. Okay, so here's what I think. And I think very well. What I think is when you have a second location, I'm going to return this location into the next location. This is like I said this. But trust me, it'll be worth. It's gonna be worth. So now, mission is not something like foresee as what is but if we find the right person that we think is worth allowing them to, then things will change. But I also want you to consider the fact that let's just say we hire a it doesn't mean that every single one. It just means that they're not able to get team walkers to go to that beach. So I can get it. The thing is that I think former contracts is why so I see myself in a way because
Weekend behind us, Indianapolis, Peter Trader was there, all of it, we've got the Trader prize this morning, the 5 people deserve the most conversation coming out of the combine. There's all players that are in the combine as competitors, and others that are currently in the league, they're going to try before the entire game, and now to be put on an absolute show, so much so that my phone's phone is blowing up saying, when is his 40, when is his 40, when is the fastest 40 ever, tight end, 4.39, here it is right there, Sadiq, 6.3, 2.40, play tight end, and catches the ball natively, spectating the top half of the first round. I love it. Number 4, when you talk about Geno much going into the combine, the big name has popped it up because he's a lot more viable as a very bridge option for teams if the Raiders choose to move on. We never get a most likely to go and it basically felt like every conversation was this is what it's going to mean. Meanwhile, J.J. McCarthy is sitting there saying, hey, I'm just in my third year, 23 years old. Fascinating to see what competition we're bringing in Minnesota. So a lot about how we feel about J.J. based on who they bring in. Number 2, Sonny Stylo. Again, a position like running back where you don't see off-the-ball linebackers being able to earn money. However, Sonny Stylo's going to have the greatest performance you've ever seen from an inside linebacker at the combine guy with a converted 6 chip. Everything he possibly could have was fantastic. Number 1, though, is Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is us. Well, the actually think he might be available for the free agent period. Arizona has a team for the third day. Yes, please.
Yeah.
This is how fast this stuff goes.
We're eating vegetables.
5 games that were blowing up phones out in conditions Jeremiah Love. Really well done. And so for Sadiq and Styles, that's one thing they're very prospect. The other thing we can tie together. That's because the Geno Smith conversation in Minnesota and the Kyler Murray video conversation in Minnesota are the really interesting rosters. So let's start with the quarterback. If you're running the way you're having a conversation, you're some options, but you're going to someone who wants option of making that really fast. Yeah, I'm bringing in someone that I know can play high level stuff.
Get in here.
Not the number one supplement. Number one supplement.
Yesterday, I'm on the side.
I'm John West, I'm not taking your call because I'm going nowhere without a really good backup call.
Okay, so I'm starting in that group. I'm making things our second thing is having conversations with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron, where are you? Are you going to play this year? I still think that Aaron plays really football. Then that third level becomes the Geno Smith, Kyler Murray conversation. But I'm not necessarily hey guys, this is the best thing for me. It's got to handle things. I still think I still believe he's got to handle that word. That's this logo and that position. You have the building in Hartford. You have the fact that you're going to inspire to be talked about. You also have the fact that you're going to this team is 14 years now. Let's go and the plan was very clear and it made sense, right? The draft was guy who believed in it, was developing on the year ago. Here's really what exactly ready to go. There were things last year to pay. The questions about staying healthy, which are legitimate, which was the time. And then with what plan, there was some decision that was so abrupt last year that it certainly to the untrained eye maybe had some questions. What are you thinking of here? Yeah, so I don't play no kind of ball. He played for us. Yes, here's the conversation. He's having a really good ball. He's 22 years old. He's only playing one game for the Aggies years up. We're going to bring in a quarterback that my opinion is Kyler Murray. The best player in the play. Your career got over. This is not an on top. This is right now, we're not making sure there's really some stuff that we're doing to go all the way. Are we going to know about next year? One way or the other? I haven't checked the last week, so the most of the last year, but I've got a relationship with Roger, so we're going to find out and roll with the truth. We'll know in a couple days when Roger gets decides, like, look at how they still look at it, come out and recover. Yeah, but it's come out, we'll know. And they don't come over like that. 3, and the reaction will be quite what? We hear what Jerry Jones had to say about this Cowboys offseason. We hear what he said he's finally going to do. He's never done before. We roll out. Can't have our
show you this again. Perhaps up and down. Okay, now it's up. Now it's falling away. And that's still I don't know what we have to say about this. Incredible skill. When he goes down, he doesn't want to stop. Monica, I don't know. Did you sit down, sit up, and then stop? I don't know. Exactly right. So we had to stand up. I'm really impressed. Speaking of it is now doing what you want to wear a little over here with the blockbuster trade and some of the other. A man who was never short of words is still defending the trade in that case. So I would say I was here. Rational conversation about this is actually what we have. If you want to trade with the guy, we're going to trade the one that people want to pay and everybody want to spend. So I don't know. We're concerned about situation with the people. I don't necessarily agree with trading a player who's 25 years old with a concern, but you can make your case. Which I think a lot of people say, if you couldn't make the case for it, even with the heritage fires, because of the trade with Iowa, for not opening it to the board team, and even the trade with the LA not from LA, and then really, people reason that you said that they have the trade, which is have a defensive first team. People, rationale was really undercut by the fact that Anthony is and that they if so ownership of the idea that we can't go forward with this player because we won't be 100% healthy because of this position and the player that he's made for that's why it's fine. Because a tough reputation because of the fan base that the first guy, but it's funny because of the story of the player and the dynamic. So that's what we're going to go response. So I'm going to go but very much about why now is when we got this way the way it's all the way we know what's going on there. I know the numbers that we've been going on for some time. Why are you bringing this up now? What are some of the things you talk about this now? Talk about, right? I think everybody, of course, is willing to talk about this. But what I don't like though is that you're giving this idea that free but I just asked why are we doing this now? What's your motivation to bring this up right now? This is one of the things I remember a bunch of the things Okay, so all these are very rational things. I'll give a little bit of them. But what about the trade? We're making
But
got the Celtics in a big shape. You got highlight. And they say he's been a very lonely one at the which is a fun word. I would just say this conversation is not about people. This conversation is about shooting.
Yes, yes.
The story of this trade cannot be different for another decade. But it's still going to be a great player for a really long time. The Lakers haven't even started putting together a team around it yet. This trade is in its infancy and you're out of nowhere.
If Cooper Black becomes all of this, then that means they're not
You don't make a trade knowing you're going to get the first pick in the draft. That was a purely luck.
The only reason I'm talking about this is because the Lakers are struggling with Luka right now, and we only play Luka and only Luka. That's what this is about, and it's a reason to bring up the trade. But if the Lakers were playing well and winning, you don't even talk about it. But because he's struggling,
The Lakers are
they are scared of
playoff players, whatever the case is, because it's taking LeBron. Whatever that turns out to be, LeBron James is
Oh, no, no.
Luka's not
Over here.
going to be there for a decade. This is final.
That's your tree.
this is the Draymond Green picking up the guy who Stephen plays with. I feel like in life, I don't mind how it is. You got to be very high. That's what it is. Trying to pick up your guy. Whether it's like your elbow, that's what it's
The Laker player, I think it's an interesting conversation for me to say. Coming up, big Monday doubleheader tonight on ESPN and ESPN. We start at 7 Eastern. Is that the Win the World Front Runner Cameron Blue League's #1 victory against State again. What a matchup. We got number 4 Arizona taking on, number 2 Arizona taking on number 3 Ohio State. The Green King coming your way tonight. Coming up, the King and Big East fans were delighted. Looking for the biggest activity after Jerry said he's finally going to do something he's never done before. He's going to do what that is after we see which Raider is ready for MLB. Here we go. Here's the quarterback. The highest scoring offense in any season. Cowboys. This is
I think of Henry Bain. I think of Stephen Carter. I think of Megador. I think of Zion Young. I think of Bain. Like if I'm that's my mindset. I'm not just secondary right now. So they're going to go on and stay on the actual bench with me very kind of walking as far as kind of glossed over. But I think that with the majority of the that. They can't tell us what is their comeback. And they're almost always in the what's the difference is guy with all the talent in the world coming off one of the greatest innings for the next player in the league. And now he's not going to get that game. That just actually that location is ready for that. You're one of the greatest years the Cavaliers have ever had. That we're coming up to that game. Even if you're so hot, you're like, they have to get good in the franchise guys. Collectively, orientation of the players association franchise guys. It doesn't matter if it's the bridges, how much back the game, how much bad blood is in over the summer. This thing happens. They think it's never show up. They say, I'm going to keep screaming about it.
Yeah, I think you're I think you're the best fit based on what I see. But I think
I think the chances of getting to know better allows them to
like too short in your chair. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm just going off with things. But it doesn't mean you carry on that. I'm just saying something.
I think he's going to allow his mind to get out of the question is, will it turn into a problem? Will the team improve the standard drama once again? If you see that he's one of the best in this business, allowing these young superstar players to play on the franchise tag, again, to my point, allowing is a motivation. There's only so many things that are only so certain. They can only their services and once you come upon a personal that you just sat out and not certain. One more thing I want to add. The point is on this, and I'm not sure. So the one certain that I wanted to get in. So it's all the stars of both the men's and women's soccer. That doesn't matter. That's but there's Jackie. He's still got the team now, right? And I find myself thinking, that is so in his brain. I don't think if I'm Jack Lee, I'm leaving. If I'm Michael Strain, I'm not fixing those back. So if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm not shaving anyone around. That's just what I don't think that's Coming up Thursday on the web, the Knicks make a statement with their of a
Okay, so the phone is going to be tied.
Without leaving the button to my alma mater or stick to the running. But when you down to 14, I want to see our double A championship the first time.
Y'all figure out if they're your only job.
I love y'all right now. I'm here with y'all niggas and talking about you boys later. But I'm so proud. I'm so proud of my women. You'll win one day. I just want you to throw out the show.
So we have a people that a lot of them have like a tablet where you can just see like what we got. So I would rather.
I think I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you can, but I would rather you be able to control that way. That's great. You have much closer to why would you rather be no, you could, yeah. I mean, probably. So the thing is, you guys talking to me that said, and he says they still have this. But it doesn't. Yeah, I'm gonna shop. That's gonna be your problem. It's gonna be your outlook. You're gonna be and there was a time where I think we were here, she was answering the phone, and it was either teacher or hey, we would like to tell you about this awesome podcast. Or it was some kind of no, you get 99%. And it'd be the same people. It'd be the same. If it were different, I would have been telling you. It's mostly spam calls, it's mostly sales calls, or it's people that I won't answer the phone for. So,
I read in 50 stories today that you want to get field.com over the last month there was number 5 defensive teams. I think the number is going to be right about the spot. We know this in the fact. But look,
and Matt, if anything, if you're worried about an out of town, your out of town number, create a Google Plus with you.
You're going to be let down. You think hometown, they're going to get like good money, although we have a 4-30 number just playing emotional moves. You expect us to have a good night. You want to let down, right? You understand.
kind of
like that. Saying something about what they're doing now. But this is the conference of squad guys, and the Knicks are at the top of their game, as they said yesterday, to beat everybody. And that's what we're going to go into this playoff game. So,
You can do it for multiple weapons. Taking off.
But let's get to the bottom line. When we look at the New York Knicks, did we see an aberration? Did we see what we should have been seeing all along? Did we see what we expected to see when it comes to the sales rate at 45.5? We answer that. We need that a little more. I look at this call in staff. Averaging 14 points and 9 shots over the last 2 games. That will get them in the playoffs. I don't think so. I think that's more ready for more ball.
So, that paperwork, that's in the final draft. It was just a starting point. She's going to make some changes based on the things we talked about in the upon. Putting the payment thing on the wall. That was what I was thinking about.
I have been signed way before this because it seemed like
And I always
come in here that are bad. It seems they don't have Instagram or they take payments or they don't have both. Sure.
I think Broadway really has
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
And I always think, that always comes up with something like I feel like it's a no-brainer.
Also, you mentioned your cat. I'm gonna we go on. We go on. A lot of times, I bet my life, you have a child. Stop it. So before we go to the location,
What are you doing? I gotta do something. I need to sit down.
they didn't, the initial, all the laws was that like,
I need to sit down.
then that would be, that's just a check.
You're gonna fuck me up.
They have to see,
Poor baby.
So everybody knows what we do and don't do. You know, then he came to my station and made change. What in the world? No. Domestic
Oh,
violence rate.
yes.
You got it. Private, no insured.
What's your name's for?
I did. Claiming it was like, as far as the meeting goes, we all good? Okay. So, one last time, we're gonna talk about this. Oh, the change, I don't want to change the blueprint. But this is what y'all want.
Sit on you?
I programmed myself to now you got 3 months before I lost the last. You're almost 6 months in, you already see almost. So the only reason that they were going to because they came from a shop right across the street from my house. But believe it or not, anytime you have a conversation with them, you have to really work on it. While you got to come to the area that's not in line, those people, I tell them, I have to ask them. You got to do 3 months to be a primary look in the market. That's the reason why I'm doing insurance situation. Because I'm always doing I don't hire too much dollars that need help with. I don't do that. I coach. Yeah, I wouldn't hire $9. You know, just because I know. Now, when we relocate or when we go to another location, that's how we go in. If we get got it. But I would, it would be 4 years ago, we hired 10 barbers. We had, I want to say, 7 barbers at once, which for 1 month, we had 2 barbers. Even if we were still having to set barbers, somebody it don't last a month, right? Several people quit after that month, and we were down to like we were only down with I think it was like 5 bottles in the next week prior to yeah, and then Richie was just so I would never hire. Now the thing is, if it's not getting justified, that would be a whole different conversation. Or, yeah, I mean, if it's trying to justify it, I would hire. That would make sense. But I would never put in a situation. I was thinking if I had to do tomorrow, and neither of them make enough money to get for myself and the money for me. So now I would never, unless we try to justify you don't have to say everything you're thinking in this part. You don't have to worry about getting everything out in this conversation because we think it's something in an hour or a week we can always touch base about it. But you only got nothing else for this conversation right now. Official paperwork. We'll try to have it ready for you before. I mean, we'll have it ready for you before we just know. Only is just all of the same information. Sometimes I'll say something. I didn't say that. Why come to the journal? So leave the blueprint the way it was. And then have the credit card thing. Did Bookie ever? Shawn?
You're gonna run into something. Where are you Can't find her. There's your hand. There you are.
Give me a fist bump before you leave.
Yes.
I give you
Super important, man. We don't want to be in a play.
Hold on. What day are you open and closed? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? Open and closed. You gotta be here from whatever day, whatever time we open until 7. Monday is already seated. Thursday, 10 to 7. All right.
So, Brian, what makes this football team so different?
Yeah, I think if you look at some of the teams, like I say, middle of the West, basically,
Well, I did.
Absolutely no case for why they can get back in the conference finals. What they can do to go ahead. They also have a closer in Hamlin. Whatever people want to say about Rudy Gobert, one moment he gets suspended for taking fouls, says stuff that upsets his teammates. The data is unequivocal. They are a very good defensive team when he's out there, and when he's out there, they're looking towards a harder deal with on that end of the court, and that is a big reason why you can believe that they're going to win.
I think they've also done this year. This team's been in conference final 2 years in a row. Right? Not for the trade deadline. It took a little while, but some guys from Steve have been in trade discussions. To be honest, the other things are tempting. If they're feeling best, they're lucky. They look like they're ready to ship. I've heard people where you get in there. This is a year now.
I mean,
If you want, I can keep the do not see. I haven't done the lead, but I can keep on the do not disturb orders eventually.
They've already got to back home.
I'm talking about the,
That's what Denver's trying to get back to. They've lost
that
the last 12 games.
but if they're on the pool, it'll be a pool, then it starts.
What's your level of concern?
Yeah, I think there has to be some real concern. So
And we'll talk more about it.
talking about, so what it might help, might get guys to lock in, might get guys to play home, but that help is the thing. Everybody expects to be there when you love the purposes. Say the big boss man, especially if you know because of some trophies that they were referring to Shawn last season, especially the salt going on, saw twice. Those guys solve a lot of problems. You don't necessarily get joking of but that's also a concern.
So there are a couple situations that we have that
Playing very well. I just think they're big right now. They're thinking they're big.
So the first issue is
I forget myself. Well, so when I was talking to David Allen and Brian, he told me that they
so
want to get
what do we know say
that's like right now they're sitting at 10. My favorite is 8-2 of this game, but they are running out of time. They're not circling the hole. They're concerned they're not going to get there.
Okay. So last week of Harvard left my shop. They changed the dress and it affected every barber in my shop.
As you can imagine,
Every barber in my shop's dress changed to the dress that barber went to. My clients, I charge them for it, and they're upset. And I just had to read my notes. There was only people that would change my Marcella. And now Marcella is no longer on my location. If you look at my location, specifically barber, Marcella never got a place. It's not big. But that one barber, barber, changed the address every time. I'll Google this thing on our brothers. So there were barbers, there were people looking to come to my shop. But if they didn't already know where my shop was, they wouldn't come. This is adversely affecting my business and my barbers. We are really slowly in that Yeah, Marcella still. So I was able to get into my account and change my address from the address that the barber changed. So Broadway is the barber. I'm just going to use this name. Broadway, the barber, changes geographical location. And it changed everybody's location in my shop. And then when we all put ourselves back on the above location, it did not let Marcella come back to our own location. But the worst part of this is that it took the ability to look online from Google. It took that off. So my clients weren't able to reach my other barbers if they didn't know how to get hold of my options. So again, most of the 4 of the 5 barbers are back down there, but it's just tire cuts and barber supply in Cypress, Texas.
Describe the age and function eczema. See a head start with your foot versus another treatment at Merck.com/see the data. Talk to a dermatologist, not meanwhile on your current pill or injection to see if the Merck is right for you.
When allergies throw a sucker punch against the power of women's unbound harder. With that powerful relief from the motion sickness that looks like a sheet there. Step inside the Yankee love. Tabs like every day that is happening. Every missing moment of the John Dodd gap.
So here's the other, so thank you, I understand that it's supposed to be a policy, I get that. But I need you to change so that this was a life. Because barbers are coming from all the time. And I don't think Broadway or Richards are trying to put our shops presence on this. I think it was unsafe. I think our team now changing this location would affect everybody. So what do we do? I'm not trying to put everyone's name. You just change his location. My issue is that you allowed me to change everybody's location inadvertently. And that's what I think is escalated to something that in addition to that, my clients that went to a different location because of the change that Broadway made, they're out of the money that you it's supposed to be that money because they didn't know they were going to the next location. In addition to that, the money that Lucy sent me is missing $12. Their tab for the night they missed an appointment was $69. I only got a $57 tab. So that's why that's like multiple issues from the same problem that I need resolution for. I understand that part. What I'm telling you is I have an umbrella listing that only myself and Marcella are able to pay. But somehow there is a glitch in your system that allows other barbers to manipulate. So I don't need you to tell me what happened because I know what happened. I need you to come to a resolution so that it doesn't happen. Which is why I like to be escalated something that actually not as explained.
Like Jokic, like Kareem. And now look where Zion Williamson joins us now in studio. His first one-on-one interview in several years. Zion, welcome to NBA Day. We really appreciate
So,
it.
sir, can I ask you a question? Have you ever been a barber or something?
35 straight games, and that's the longest in your career. I gotta tell you, it was really
So I can tell you because barbers and stylists don't always lead on your team. So they don't always give us the professional courtesy to say, hey, this doesn't work out for me. I'm going to go. I'm giving 2 weeks notice. It doesn't matter. He left. And we didn't know until the next day. And then we didn't know that our address had changed until a bunch of clients played I understand what you're saying. The brother more I would love for my barbers and stylists to give us the mercy and let us know. He did this on his own. And what's frustrating is that we couldn't join our real location without me. I was calling him. So he has a hard time leading into our real location. But it was super easy for him to destroy our real. So like I said, I understand what happened. I understand the
say that word free.
I don't care. I need you to know
giving us right now.
escalate this with someone that can make it so that it doesn't have to be again. Because I can't control the barber decides
I think it was probably
for these
2024, right? We had 7 games, and then we get to the third game. And we were flying. I believe it was 40 points in that game before you went out with a hamstring injury. Where do you think you played your best basketball?
It's a good question. But I got the understand, so
You got this.
second year,
I said, do you have this in?
my fourth year.
Do you have the ability to go back and forth with motherfuckers about how things affect your business? All right, next time somebody fuck up, you take the call. Yeah. Hey man, life is an audition. Everything you do is it goes on your resume. It does. It does. If you were a shady, shicey motherfucker, we wouldn't have this conversation. And it's because I know. I listen. I get it, but you. Yeah, but you said it. You said you're 50-50. So I'm like, cool, okay. I'm giving you an opportunity to build your resume and decide for yourself. You know what? I don't want to deal with that. Never mind. You know.
It just benefits not just yourself, but the business and the team. So we're not going to just put on decent level. It just doesn't feel like the best. So
At least I think I was.
What if you change your diet, your routine, your training? It is not you. It is
Oh no. I'm
just stay on top of the artist and we always do treatment every day. Things we work on. That really is a big reason why, like, when I say the word free, like, I'm over it, my muscles aren't tight, I feel loose. And when I'm on the court, there are times where I was sent out, I look at my coach like, what happened to my game right now? And I think that's the point where I'm like having fun because I know I'm not game. There are times where I'm like, I really don't know my game because I don't feel tired and it just feels really good on the court. Like,
contrast that line to before. You're saying I don't feel tired. I'm not raising my hand to get out of the way. Were there times
Yes, sir.
where maybe you had to?
I think there were times when I was really tired because I wasn't doing the necessary work on my body, so my muscles were fully recovered. The recovery process was really
Now what? Thank you. So first of all, I got so you know
to
so much
first
of
in versus
I charge
I mean, I'm
the
super
next day.
so tired.
It shows
Yeah,
me
fitness
that
was pretty long time versus now where anything I just feel great.
The right feeling you're
How much
ready to go. James Borrego said, quote, there's an element of fear factor. He said,
This
that
particular
I've seen at a much
situation,
higher level for him this year.
they booked a $69 service for us
That's
this
being
weekend.
true. And do you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, I need to make some
I got an email that says I received $57
Yeah, that's
$12 missing, but it doesn't say it's just
I feel like I was
email has no information. It says we'll see sent you a link and it's in the place where it won't really say the name of the person who is this thing.
Yeah, it certainly has.
It has none of that information. So I would like to know my $12 so I understand all $12, but it doesn't tell me what it doesn't itemize what the fee is.
One of those highs, and it's met with afterwards missing significant time of injury. And with that has come a lot of racism. It's even come within these walls of this network. What's been the hardest criticism of your game? Your availability.
And then again, this is the family that went to the wrong location because my location is different.
There are pros and cons to being in a certain position. Yeah, pretty stuff with the territory. The part that was getting me though is you're just gonna have people care. And I care a lot. I really care. And when you're not on the court, you have to just sit on the sideline. How much my creativity, I need more than that.
So what I have, let me go back.
That was part of the process of getting there and not doing enough. I was doing what I need to do. So, going was injuries, missing lots of time because of it. It did a lot of my mental. But also,
Sir, you're right. I apologize. The new one
it's just a blessing in disguise.
You're right.
When you look at stuff like that, you're trying to stay positive.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so yeah, so 59, so that makes sense. But here's the issue. So besides, so that was one issue that I thought that the outcome was correct. But the other issue is y'all offered that money.
Person, so I can control what I can control.
Are you in a position to be able to refund her that money? Because that money links to the other barbershop that was listed as my address that I did not change. That was affected by Barbara's address. You guys offered her that money. She did nothing.
It's just going out here.
Yeah, and you're not gonna take it. Go ahead.
So much, so I have to balance myself.
But
I believe myself.
so I
feel that the
say that. Here's the problem. That woman
with the
booked an
famous line
appointment
and the
with
white
me,
suit, she was
and she didn't make it because she went to the wrong barbershop. I am not going to be penalized for that. I am done. So that's why I'm saying. I got it. What time on time? I'm so sorry.
You're all good.
So, sir, I forgot your name. Achilles? Gotcha. So here, I want you to hear what I'm saying. I know how no-show people because they didn't show me my building, right? And I never saw that person because they went to the wrong barbershop. They went to the wrong barbershop because your app allowed a barber to change the address. So I don't need to refund them because they owe me that for the time slot that they gave me. You over that money because you allowed her to be this. That's what I'm saying. So I don't need to refund her because she did owe that time in Martin. But she went to her location because you guys allowed her to be this. So what I say is Shawn don't need to refund. Booksy needs to dig into their pockets and compensate them for the appointment that she did because it wasn't her fault.
Like you said, there have been injuries, coaches changes. We've done a lot, and even despite all that, our injury is still high. It's all positive.
Yes, correct. Without taking from me because that time was a lot on my calendar. But me and Miss Hunter didn't make a mistake. I was where I was supposed to be. She went where she thought she was supposed to go based on Booksy allowing my address. So I'm asking you to compensate her without penalizing me for being where I was supposed to be. Does that make sense? If I refund her, that means I'm giving her money back that somebody owes me.
But it's just the thrill you gain in the arena. It is something that I'm very much looking for.
It's not just the Pelicans, but you're evaluating the franchise sponsor, next guy. The Olympic team, Team USA is doing that as well. We're only a couple of years away from the 2028 Olympics. And staff of your Cavs went to Team USA Olympics.
What about Marcelo? Marcelo started a chat with this weekend. We realized that she was no longer out of her policy because of this same issue. What, like, have you put her back on, or like how? Because she's suffering in a way that we don't know because she's not on our
The reason I think that you did this purpose is you wanted to tell your side of these last couple of years. So can you tell me
so listen, she's sitting right next to me. I'm just going to give her the phone.
And the highest points that the next years.
Is it Hamam?
Come on.
No, Hamam.
Yes, sir.
What up, guys?
Nice to meet you, brother. Yes, sir. I came here before, actually, but
You
it was
have-
long time.
Okay, did I cut your hair? Or?
Yeah.
I did? Okay. Well, either way, good to see you. You just came from Iron City?
No, I just had the shirt. Yeah, but I mean, I go there, but it's my main job.
I bought these shirts from over the counter and yeah, very comfortable.
Yeah.
Like you gotta keep wearing them.
Have to check in on that. Oh. Okay. All right. What am I doing for you? Oh, yeah, for sure. Any better?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Let's do a mid-fade over here.
You want it bald or real light?
Feel like.
Okay.
Like I slide to guess without holding
Yeah,
it.
without balding, sure.
And the fade we'll do like a little curve, like not
Yeah,
straight
drop
out,
it.
you know what I mean? Don't drop it as much. Kind of like use the old outline. You know what I mean? You see how it's a little bit thick over here, and just fade it.
So pretty much just give you what you got. Just
Exactly. Just clean it up a little bit. Zero this, trim this down a little bit,
Okay.
and then on the top, just the tips are probably about like this much.
so like a 1/4 inch.
Yeah, that's good. Put your fingers up.
Anything else?
No. Do they? Hold on. Hey, are you still there?
Go.
Okay. Verify that you're on our Google listing. Our umbrella listing first. Yeah. Before I hang up, I just want to make sure that she's back on our Google listing. Does it take a while, or is this instantaneous? You say it should be done already? Okay. And then, were you able to delete the other umbrella listings? Because there must be at least 2 others, if not 3 other umbrella listings for my shop.
I'm very confident, but I also have learned that day by day, I gotta focus on the moment. I'm gonna take advantage of that moment, and the next moment, the next moment. Once I get to a certain point, not just myself, but my team. I'm excited about doing it.
Like once it starts to see and ends with everything, just right back to the here.
That is the ultimate goal. Like, that is the ultimate goal to win a championship. That's part of being forever.
Yeah, it's part of being forever becomes not just
Are you on Google or Tiger or Books? Just Google. All right, hold on.
talking about just how good you are and can be. And we thought maybe we'd take a little hike over to the big board here in our studio and check out some highlights here.
Right. So he's looking that up and deleting it right now. So yeah, right now you. Okay, so right now there are 5. Okay, so we are on the. Okay, so yeah, so I'm gonna give the phone back to Marcella, and she's just gonna wait on the line until you are able to take all the umbrella listing, all the umbrella listing out of the office. Okay.
South Carolina, Prince, I mean, he's a great defender.
So there was another umbrella listing that she was on just until she was there by herself. And so it was either 1 word or 2 words. Whichever, like if my current umbrella listing is Tiger space cuts, then the one she was on was Tiger cuts, and vice versa. If the one that I'm on is Tiger space cuts, then she was on the 1 word version. So here, I'm gonna put the phone to Marcella, and you guys work it out. Freaking disasters. Last Wednesday, we had a barber that hadn't been here very long. We have to go through like a lot of like steps to get him on our Google listing. I'm sorry, our Booksy page or whatever.
What steps is that?
So I gotta call Booksy. I have to verify my information. Then I've got to either conference call or get the barber online. I'm sorry, on the phone, and get them to agree. Like, yeah, this is the location I want to be in. This is the umbrella listing. When they do it by themselves, they create a new umbrella listing. They kick every barber that is on our Booksy umbrella. Are you the guy that works for Bernardo? No, okay. You remind me of the one. You like. So Booksy. That's it. Yeah, so Booksy has this, it's weird, but they do this thing called an umbrella. And if 9 barbers went to the same shop, they'll like, I could either, as an owner, I could either create a Tiger Cuts Booksy profile, or which would be like one listing, or they would create an umbrella listing for my shop, so that while Tiger Cuts isn't paying Booksy, each barber is, but they have one shared location.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like renting out.
Yeah. So yeah, and so, but the only way that anyone can get on the only way anyone can get on my umbrella listing is if I authorize that they join my umbrella listing. But they allowed this guy to change the address of my umbrella listing on Wednesday when he left. Now, he didn't do it on purpose, I don't think. I don't know the guy well. We've been working for 2 months. But I think what happened was when he went to the other shop, he changed his address. And it changed all of our addresses to his new shop location. Well, as you can imagine, if you've never been here before, you want some water?
No, I'm good.
If you've never been here before, and you're looking to go to Tiger Cuts and you want to work with Shawn or Marcella or anybody that works here, but if you've never been here, you're not going to know that it's the wrong address.
Of course, and also, so he wants to move his Booksy profile and his reviews over to the new address.
Correct.
But he
moved the whole shop.
All of that, yeah.
Yeah, so he basically gave his new shop free pub with my 600 5-star reviews on Booksy. Right? And we had a relatively slow weekend because of it. And I even had a client, because he did it on Wednesday, I didn't catch it until Saturday when one of my clients that knew, because we're about to relocate, and he thought we already moved. And I told him, no, we're moving in April. And he's like, oh, well, your address on Booksy says you guys have moved. And I was like, that's impossible. And we had other people that day tell us that our Google listing was down, and I'm like, that's impossible. Like, how could it be? I didn't take it down. Turns out, the barber inadvertently, and again, I don't blame him for this, but he was allowed, and Booksy, like I said, I made it so that Booksy would only allow me or Marcella, my co-owners, to make changes to our umbrella listing.
Yeah.
And somehow this dude took us offline, changed our address on the weekend. Booksy don't work on weekends. So yeah, so we took
that's a problem to them, but
yes.
I mean, how are you always making a lot of a bigger deal than already is?
Oh no, trust me, it is because
then I would ask for reimbursement for all the customers you miss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't have any idea how to predict that. But you're right.
Predict? What do you mean? People already made appointments that they missed, right? I
Yeah.
bet you like 3 or 4 at least were missed.
Yeah, no.
So you could just go based off that, so you know.
So that's what that was the last part of the conversation. But the other issue is that it's unrealized losses as well.
Of course, yeah.
People that never even open our door.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm saying. I can't estimate or predict how many people would have came because of us not being on Booksy. I'm sorry, help Booksy or Google.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. And supposedly he's escalating it with his team of. Hey, were you able to put CJ on it as well?
You want to be on it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to be on it.
Yeah. Both of if you could. How many phone numbers can you have? Let's see, did a number. I think it was, I think it was just, one slip past them, but, you're right, it has real consequences.
Oh, it does,
I had a lady that I had to charge Thursday for a no-call, no-show. Turns out and again, she didn't know.
Yeah, of course.
She went to the wrong location. Turns out, she's coming tonight, and I told her, I reached out to her when I realized what the problem was, because I just no-call, no-showed her. Like, when someone books an appointment with me, if they don't show up, I don't reach out to them and say, hey, why'd you miss the appointment?
Yeah,
I just figured, something came up and you decided to do that over your haircut, which is fine, but like, you owe me for the time you booked and didn't allow someone else to work with me.
It's not your fault, whatever. They had, well, even if it's an emergency, that's understandable. But that doesn't mean you need to miss because you could have had another customer come by.
Exactly. And so I charged her, but now I find out that she wasn't she didn't go to the right location because Boosie had my location at the other barber shop. So now, so Boosie's like, well, you can send her a refund. I'm like, the F I can. Like, she did what she was supposed to do. I did what I was supposed to do. Y'all messed up. So they need to get that right with her.
I sell business. We sell exercise equipment and furniture.
Exercise equipment like
treadmills, ellipticals.
Oh, exercise.
Yeah.
Oh, what brands do you sell?
All American brands, Proform, Nordic Track, Life Smart. Life Fitness, that's more like gym, commercial gym stuff.
Oh, so it's more like residential?
Yeah, more residential equipment. Mainly advertise on Facebook, and we also have a website. Looking to move into a bigger facility right now. Yeah, we bought land and we're building it up. Yeah.
How expensive was that?
We got it for steel. We got a commercial lot, 10,000 square foot for $80,000.
Where is this?
It's like between 290 and 249. Down close to the Wolverton.
Okay, not that far.
No, not far at all. And we have about 10,000 square foot of. I'm sorry, we have about 3,000 to 4,000 square foot of storage units right now, but we're looking to build one big building. But
How long have you guys been?
2021. Yeah, I mean, I'm still 19, so I started relatively at a young age.
Yeah.
That kind of just grew in me. I love it. I love the money it brings in. I love the entrepreneurship of it.
Right.
And we do everything by appointment, so there's no need for you to be someone for a certain amount of time.
Right. Yeah, I noticed bed salesmen are doing this more and more lately. They will rent out like a commercial type warehouse type unit, because there's one across the street where they sell beds by appointment. And they have, whenever you make an appointment, they figure out what beds you have any interest in looking at. They have those things out ready before the appointment, so you can walk in, check them out, try them if you need to, and then make the purchase or don't. That's an interesting. I didn't realize residential gym equipment, exercise equipment was being sold that way too.
Yeah, I know. We're pretty good at taking over, but we're pretty out there in the market when it comes to residential. Because I mean, you want to try to know where else would you get it at? Costco Academy, all those. We get them both pallets from Costco Academy. We get all the open box. Really? And then
How hard was it to land that kind of agreement with Costco?
It's not hard, man. I mean, that part is not hard. Anyone can do it, but it's about there's a lot more to it than just buying. You know what I mean?
Right.
Especially when you want to grow. Like we're bringing 50 pallets a week. You know what I mean? So you gotta, you start with 5-10 pallets, but then we're selling 15-20 different treadmills every single week. So you gotta stay consistent. And you get a lot of problems because the stuff you're buying aren't new. Some of them are missing pieces, some of them are missing release, some of them have hardware issues. So it's kind of like the track, which you gotta stay on it.
Right.
Problem solving, you gotta be really good. Really good. You have to master it.
How do you deal with that issue? Like, let's say I buy a treadmill from you and something's wrong with it.
I don't sell it to you unless I make sure it's fully functional with no issues.
Yeah.
That's the first part. And That's like, I don't sell anything that's unassembled.
Okay.
Everything is fully assembled. We do delivery, like probably 60% of our sales is delivery. Deliver it right over to you, put it in your garage, plug it in, show you how everything works. It comes with a 3-year part and a 5-year labor manufacturer warranty. And the stuff that we're selling aren't some cheap Chinese treadmills. They're all American companies. You know, well-known, strong motors. They will last you 20 years. You just use them, maintain them properly. Now, if you do have an issue with it magically, back then we used to do, I mean, you know, you buy it, it's yours, kind of deal. But now, we'll take responsibility. If you have an issue, because you really don't. You know, it doesn't matter what we do. You won't have an issue. You shouldn't have any issue with it. You know, it's like buying a brand new car from a dealer. So, we haven't had any issues. But to get to a point where you can, you know, receive a truckload of 25, 30 treadmills and have it already in 2 to 3 days, I mean, that takes a lot of like micromanaging, you know?
Yeah. So what is your, like, what do you usually sell a treadmill for? I need a treadmill, like, what is
It
it?
depends. I mean, I have treadmills as low as $180.
Okay.
And they go all the way up to $1,000. It just depends. And, I mean, we do everything 50% off eBay. So the treadmill that you see at Costco for $2,000, $1,500, we have it for half of that. So if it's for $1,500, like floating trash, we have it for $750, $600. It retails for $1,400, and I have it for like $650 or $700. And that's out the door, no tax.
Why don't you charge tax?
We pay taxes, but we like to not, I didn't say, yeah, kind of include tax within or take tax out of our profits because, I mean, we're tax exempt. In order for you to get this type of contract,
Is that 503C?
I don't know what the exact form is called, but it's tax exemption for resale. You know what I mean? So we don't pay taxes when we buy them because we're reselling them. But whenever we sell them to the customer, we're supposed to charge the customer taxes so we can pay the company.
Correct. Because I have a tax exempt for my barbershop, barber supply.
Exactly. But then, you know, you don't tell me, oh, it's $35 for a haircut plus $2 in tax to pay for the, you know, extra blades I'm going to use. You know what I mean? You just have that measured within your profit.
Right.
You might charge me tax as of like, you know, 35 plus tax for property tax or whatever, but you don't try to tax me for your, or you don't tell me that you're taxing me for the barber supply. You know, tissue napkins you're going to use, you know what I mean?
Right.
So we say tax, we have that measured within our profits, so that comes out of our profits obviously.
Yeah.
We have to pay taxes to the government every 3 months. But we say no tax, right?
Yeah.
That sounds more appealing, out the door price.
Yeah, like me, I don't know if how much you read policy or whatever, but on my bookings it will say, 37 for a haircut, 35 cash. Meaning you pay electronically, cash out sale, or credit or debit. There's a $2 charge that you wouldn't pay if you just paid cash.
Well, why do you have to do that with Zelle?
So for me, all of it is the same. I know that there are some fees that I wouldn't pay with Zelle that I would with like Square, like take a credit card or whatever. But the issue with that is Uncle Sam still sees that money. Whereas like cash, Uncle Sam doesn't see it. I still, because of how much I make versus how much I spend on the business, they can estimate what I make, but I have the ability to withhold or claim whatever I want in that situation. When people pay electronically, whether it's Cash App, before Cash App was charging me fees, now they're charging me fees. Or
Cash App, even if you don't do an instant transfer?
Yeah, so I have a business account with Cash App. So Cash App takes fees out of my...
Well, why don't you just keep it personal?
Because Cash App flagged me. I had a personal... I didn't even know Cash App did business accounts. It is now? Yeah.
Personal?
Yeah.
Now, is it the amount of transactions or is it the amount of payments?
Well, so I don't know. All I know is I used to get 300 to 400 payments a month. And Cash App was like, you need to either stop taking payments or convert this to a business account.
I think it's the amount of payments, not the quantity of the payments, not the amount. Because I would get like, you'd get 300 to 400 payments a month. Let's say that adds up to, I don't know, $4,000, right? But I would get that $3,000 or $4,000, but in a matter of 4 payments only, 5 total payments. And I don't have been doing it for 5 years. I mainly do Zelle. I mean, I receive like a lot more than that in Zelle.
Yeah.
But Zelle is more of like a banking. It's not like a third party like Cash App.
I don't know if you saw, but their Zelle is about to start charging as well.
Yeah, they've been saying that for 2 years, but they haven't been able to actually put it to work because then that would cause chaos in the market. I mean, if you were to actually see how many people are using Zelle for payments,
I bet my life more people use Cash App. Zelle is so much newer than Cash App. I guarantee.
No, of course.
No.
Of course. I'm talking about No, of course. When it comes to like the amount of payments, but I'm talking first. Zelle is a lot more secure.
Yeah.
Because with Cash App, especially with bigger payments, I don't pay Cash App unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that they can make claims.
Right.
You know what I mean? They can go back home and say, I didn't get the trip, and make a claim, and it has happened before. You know what I mean? And it's a lot less risky if you're only charging them, what, $35, $40? Not that it's not, you know, it's still money, but, you know, out of 400 payments, one person would do that. But me, out of $4,000, if somebody does it for one payment, that's $1,000. I mean, that's my profit, you know what I mean? So 99% of my payments are through Zelle. I only take Cash App when I have to. And that's how most of other people are that deal with bigger payments rather than smaller payments. And you would not be able to believe, you know, the amount of businesses, not personal payments, not smaller payments, the amount of businesses that are running purely off just Zelle, you know what I mean? So if Uncle Sam, as you mentioned, wants to start making moves on Zelle and start, you know, then people are going to have to go other routes. Because at least they can see how money is coming in and out. You know what I mean? With cash, they don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even know what's coming in and out. With Zelle, they might not be charging the tax yet, but at least they can see the economy, what are people paying for, how much are they paying for. It's a tough market. You gotta keep watching over your back.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I was blindsided by Cash App starting to charge, and then I don't remember where I saw this, but I saw, you know, like your phone listens to what you say. So my guess is either I started to tell people about being charged with Cash App, then an article popped up about Zelle also working toward getting to a point where they're going to start charging transaction fees.
I bet. I mean, they have to. At some point, it has to come.
Yeah,
There's no
for
such
sure.
thing as a business getting $20,000 a month without being charged.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody has to get that piece of the pie.
Right.
Which we, unfortunately, have to work on. We're small business. We're not.
Yeah.
We're not Walmart. We're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Neither are we.
Yeah, exactly. So, but the moment they do that, then they know that we're gonna have to start looking for other routes.
Right.
Those routes might cause them not even knowing how much we're gonna get. And they just have to believe everything.
Where else you go get your haircut?
I have my uncle here.
Okay.
Every time he's out of the country or he's out on work, he's a barber. He has a barber shop, but he also does some things on the side too. So I usually. My birthday's in 2 days, and he doesn't come back for like a week. So I was like, I'm not waiting. Yeah.
You'll be 20 or 19?
20.
Where's the shop?
He has a shop down in Westheimer. I don't know if you know where that's at.
Yeah, I used to work near West before 64.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of Muslim.
Yeah. Arab
in that area. So
Yeah, it's just relatively small shop.
did you book a beer too or just a
Yeah, I did.
Okay. What am I doing with beer? Just cleaning up what I see?
Exactly, and it's trimmed down over here too. I know it's gotten a little bit thicker.
Okay.
So
You can do a reverse fade or
yeah, fade. Zero, or this level at the top, and then kind of,
So how long does the average piece of equipment sit in your warehouse before it
Man, that's a good question actually. So we get like relatively the same models. You start off in the first 2 years. We started off, we get newer models, so we have to actively keep listing newer models. But now we just have available models, and we get them in almost every week. So sometimes a piece of, a specific model sells before I even get it. And I just tell the customer, I'm getting this in a shipment in 2 days. As soon as I get it, I'll deliver it over. Or you can pick it up. And sometimes I get it, it still hasn't sold, it'll sit for 3 4 days until it sells. Sometimes a week. Depending on what model it is.
But I assume you just kind of decide what you're purchasing based on how it performs. And if it doesn't perform well, you
Well,
stop
it's
buying.
bulk, it's truckload. These truckloads, we see the manifest of what's in them. And yeah, that our purchase price will depend, bidding is an auction. So our bid depends on what type of equipment are in there. But if there's 2 or 3 different models that you might not be interested in, and there's 17 other models that do pretty well, you kind of just have to take those extra models and still sell them, even though they don't do pretty good. Just for the other models that do.
It's kind of like a value pack of
Exactly, yeah.
Fritos or whatever,
Yeah.
right?
Not like the corn ones.
Yeah.
which
I
everyone
was
hates.
just about to say, I was just about to use that example.
But you have to, the lace and everything. Do you ever get requests for like other services that are like more spa related, like head massage, facial?
So I've had a few people ask about facial. I know there are like at least 2 barbers here that do facial. I don't know. I think the one guy that does facial might do the head massage. I know he came from a shop that did.
Oh, sorry, man. Now you're good.
I don't know if he brought that equipment with him or not. I don't know if he brought the equipment with him. I don't have that equipment, but I'm pretty sure at the very least I'm pretty sure she still has the facial, like the lotions and whatnot. But Matt, do you offer facial anymore? Yeah, but do you still have all the products for it?
There's a lot of people that are making their haircut industry that are leaning more towards barber and spa where they do haircut, head massage, mean, you're making more money on the head massages than you are on the actual haircut. It's crazy.
But I think it's a
People charge, I think, like $200-300
Not that the massages they're saying because you would come in for a haircut, pay $40 for a haircut, and people will have no problem paying another 40 for a head massage. And the head massages take like half the time the haircut, half the time in after the haircut takes.
I think it's a demographic thing.
Is it? You don't think so?
Well, I don't know. All I know is in the 5.5 years I've owned this shop, you're the only person I've even had a conversation with about facials, and you're the only person that has talked to me about head massage. I've never once had a conversation with anyone in 5.5 years. And I'm not saying you're wrong.
No.
I just believe that because no one brings it up out here, I think it's just a demographical thing that
Maybe it's only like something Arabs or.
I disagree. My first client I've been cutting, he lives near Westside. He comes here weekly to get a haircut. I don't. You could listen. You know more about hair than I do. Just because I cut 30 of their hair doesn't mean I'm the expert on hair. I will say that I'm sure there are people that won't consider working with me because I don't have that on my booking option. And like the booksy issue that I just had before you got here, I'll never know what they actually want because I don't have it, so they don't want to talk to me, right? But I can tell you in the 5.5 years, you're the only person that's even mentioned it, which tells me either it's a demographic thing, but it's not. I don't know that it's an Arab thing because I have a lot. Let me see. I have no more Arab clients today. But like Ramadan, bro, I see like the whole nation of Islam. Like I have a lot of Arab clients. I've never once. You're the only person that has mentioned that. But I've had. Now she's had a handful of facials, a handful in 5.5 years. It's just, I think demographic, this area is not a priority for them out here as it might be close to Westheimer. But I can only kind of glean from my experience. So I can't factually say, I just know no one asked for it in this location. And I think it's because, and this is just an educated, uneducated assumption, I think it's because this is a Sam's Club, Costco community. These people are out here making more so fiscally responsible decisions than they would closer to West Side. You know what I'm saying? People closer to Houston that are moving and living in an area like that are spending, a lot of money on things that they might not prioritize in a Katy Cypress, Yeah. Because I have people, that argue about my pricing. It's like, I'm not even the most expensive barber in Cypress, like, not by mine.
I've seen it all. I've seen $65, $75 a haircut.
Yeah, out here or?
Out here.
Yeah.
No, in Westheimer it gets a little. You might not get the same quality, but there's so many more people that want to work as a barber there.
Yeah.
So maybe not the same performance.
But yeah, I'm sure the other guy that's not here, because I've seen this massage at his station. But I don't remember if he got the water mister for the facial. But I know for Matt's working for a couple of years, there was a time with Maddie, and I can only think of one time I've seen him do a facial. I'm sure he got one time. Yeah, we just don't have people that request that. And I just think that's a demographical feature of the Katy type of area. Like a lot of people come out here for the family aspect of what this community kind of provides for them. And what else it could be that like you're right. It's an Arabic thing. They don't trust non-Arabs to do it to the standard that they have.
I think anything that you advertise, you know what I mean, you'll get business for it. It's just that if it's worth it for you. You know what I mean? Like you might be the next new thing at Packers where oh, this barber does, you know, head massage for only $30 extra. Everyone's coming to you for that reason, not only for your haircuts. Now I might be wrong because I'm not a barber. I don't know what people are looking for. But anything that you advertise, you will get business for. Like if you start advertising like your Google pictures, head massages, and you start adding it in your service, or maybe every customer you get, you're like, you also want a head massage for $15 extra or $30 extra, I don't know. They might start, you know, liking that. They might start coming here just for that reason.
So then that's why I disagree. Because there was a time where she had those services on her booking. No, she still does. She still has faces. He still has faces. He hasn't gotten he's been here for 3 years plus. He's had one request for a facial that I can remember. So I would say then, I'm not saying that you're wrong about you'll get what you advertise, but I will say that if the demographic doesn't support it, you won't get those. Because he advertised it as he confirmed, and I know she does, and I'm certain he does. And I've never seen him do a head massage or facial. She's done like, in the 5.5 years we've been here, I can think of 2 clients that she's done a facial for. One of them was mine. And I've only seen this one. So I would say that if what you're saying is true, then it's a demographics. This community just doesn't value that service like the Westheimer or the downtown or the Heights or the Midtown. You know what I'm saying? People that would, you know, either work or live out there. I don't know that they value it like. I think they value it more than like the bedroom community people that live out here. You know, they're not. They don't. I don't think they value that the way that most people would, which is why I think it's more of a demographic. Yeah. And you said not the middle down or pretty much all the way?
All around. Yeah, all around. Just a trim down.
Not drastic. I'm sure you don't pay full price for your uncle, but what does he charge on West? Oh, okay. For a haircut and beard, or just
No, haircut and beard.
Oh.
35. Yeah, I think 30 for haircut.
Okay.
30 or 25.
Yeah, I raised my price about $5 every 3 years, so I just this January 30 for a haircut and 35 for a cut beard to 35 for a haircut and 40 for a haircut.
$5 every 3 years. What's that?
So it's to
inflation. Or?
Yeah, keep with inflation and to ultimately help me retire. Like one day, I don't know. But I don't think I'm gonna be the guy that says I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna retire and go play golf all day, right? What I think is gonna happen is I'm gonna have to find a way to wean myself out of the industry. And if I raise my price by $5 every 3 years, at some point people are gonna say, I just can't. You know, like, cause like I'm 44, I can't math very well, but every 6 years is $10. So 10 to 6,
50, it'll be 53 or something.
Right. Yeah. So 10 it'll be in 6 years it'll be 32. The year 32, and I will be at 45 a cut. Pretty sure everybody will be more than that. But I figure it'll help me stay competitive with the people that charge more without, because like if I charge too little, I'm gonna take all the life out of the shop. If I charge way less than he's willing to charge, he's not going to be able to give clientele, right? Because all the new clients are going to want to work with the owner that's cheaper, you know? So I do it out of solidarity for my coworkers and my business partners, but I also do it to one day, hopefully, price myself into retirement so that one day people are like, look, I really like working with Shawn, but I can't afford to work for him. Hopefully at that point, I'll be in your set. And then it's like, well, the community has spoken, no one thinks I'm through, so we're just much more. And for those that will pay $70 a haircut or whatever that number looks like, then, lucky.
Blade lineup?
Yeah, it's extra. Yeah, for sure. It'll give you a cleaner look.
Now, have you ever, the place that you're moving into, is it rented or owned?
It's rented. They won't sell. So
You think you'll be able to afford to buy a place if you found the right place?
Well,
Or
so
you just don't think it's necessary?
So I tried to do that. So when we were looking at going to another location, I looked at buying first. In this area, like the closest thing to here is a, what's it called? It's like a office suite kind of deal on Longenbach and Fry. And they had a unit, initially they had it listed for $385. Which I thought was a decent price, a little high, but I thought, all right. But it was a 1,200 square foot office suite, and it's a little smaller than the shop. But I figured if once I paid it off, I could be in a really good situation. The problem is when I went and looked again, they had it listed at $515. I went, what? And I never bothered following up with that to see like what's going on with that. But yeah, the units for sale, and I haven't looked since before we signed the deal for this location I'm moving to. But
Why are you moving around?
because this is too much space for the 5 barbers we have, and it's far too expensive. We're paying $5,400 a month. We're paying $5,400 a month, not including all the other overhead costs. For 1,800 square feet, basically. Is that a little lower than that?
Yeah, lower.
A little lower. So yeah, we're paying $5,300 for 1,800 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to move to 1,200 square feet for $2,000.
That's really good.
Fucking right.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So no, my overhead costs will be cut like almost by like more than 50%.
And
it's in the same parking lot. So
it is?
It's right there. It's where volleyball field is.
Good. It's really good.
Yeah. So
You don't have to lose your customers. They're gonna be just as happy. And,
right.
but what I would be, you're alone. You have so much more experience than me, but this is how I would.
It's helpful to talk to a business mind. I don't care how old or how experienced you are. You think like me, even if you don't have the experience I have. So, shoot, go ahead.
Whenever you say retirement, what I will be looking at is having my own place, build a name. Like as an example, this place, do you rent out your seats?
Yeah, this is Blue Zone.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. And you pay the full rent.
Correct. I pay the rent, and then either I take money out of my pocket to keep the bills paid, or I pay and keep the profit. Which it's impossible in this current situation. But as soon as we move, we'll be closer to break even and potentially profit.
I think I'll be looking at like let's say you move into that location, then how many barber chairs can it fit?
So. That's a 3 I did against the grain. It's not that much shorter than the thing I just did. So if we need to go a little lower, I can. Yeah, for sure. So then I'll be a 2. So here's the thing. Because I work here, I'm an owner operator. I treat my staff like I want to be treated.
Yeah.
So I don't want to work in, tight, close quarters. If it were about legality, I could legally fit probably like 12 or 14 barbers in that space, but we would be on top of each other. So I would never do that to them because I wouldn't want to work in that situation. But I would say we could fit at least probably 14 barbers in that space legally. But the way we're gonna configure it, at most we'll have 10. But I think 10 would be too many.
You're right. There'll be a lot of competition.
Well, and I don't know that it'd be competition. I think it would be inconvenience. I think barbers that work here enjoy the fact that they have so much space. Like the first shop I worked at, like I said, it was near Richmond. It was in Richmond near your uncle's place. And if I turned your chair this way and my coworker turned his chair that way, your feet are touching, like sardines. And so I didn't like being that close to my coworkers or their clients. This is a 2 down here. Does that look good?
Yeah, that looks
okay.
good.
Cool. Then I'm going to recalibrate the tape based on how short it is. But yeah, so I would say, so keep in mind, as an entrepreneur, you never retire. And if you do, that's really crazy.
No, I mean, there is no days off. Why would you expect to retire when you don't even get days off during the regular week? You know what I mean?
Right. But if my primary income was cutting hair, then I wouldn't be able to retire. But being an owner, I would eventually like to put myself in a situation where I don't need to rely on my barber income to power other businesses for my life. So when I talk about retirement, I just more so mean not cutting hair as the primary source of my income and not having to.
I think if you focused on getting a place, building a name for it, while you're like as an example, you have a pretty good name out there right now because you started this, right? You built a name. If you leave right now and rent your chair out to somebody else, you won't be getting the income. But if you do that for 3 or 4 other chairs, say 8 chairs in total, then that would be your income. You know what I mean? You would use the, I don't know how the math would work, but you'd use half of it to pay off the monthly rent for the place, and then the other half would be your income. Now, if you own the place and it's already fully paid off, that's even better because then you don't have to worry about rent, you don't have to worry about anything.
So the problem with that though is, so the reason I look into buying the land or the unit instead of like leasing it like I do, the reason I looked into it is because I thought that's how it worked. I gotta pay property taxes. That unit that I was looking at, their property taxes, and I looked at so many things. I could have the numbers wrong, but property taxes for a unit that costs that much was around $3,000 a month. I could be, I looked at it so long ago. I know it wasn't free, and it wasn't more than 5,000 because I did look at other units that were like in the millions, and for some of those.
How much square foot was that?
1,200. The one that I looked at on LoopNet, I don't know what. Yeah, but it's so you probably have a C level commercial space. This is a B, and an A would be like the businesses on 99, those like bigger buildings that have like office suites in them. That's considered a commercial space or retail space. Okay. The place I'm talking about on Fine Longenbach would be like an A minus B plus. So while it is too high, it appears to be a luxury suite type deal, but it's also so close to so many houses with the socioeconomics of the Cypress area that, whether or not I think it's overpriced, they can justify the charge based on the socioeconomics and the quality of the strip mall that it is, or the office suites that it is. So while you and I can agree that it's too much, I don't have any way to force them to not charge what they're charging.
Because the law, that we're building is estimated to be worth $400,000 to $500,000 after it's built. Right now, you know what I mean? That's including the building.
Yeah.
And that's true. It will be $500 to $700 a month for the property.
But that's because the property tax rate out there is.
Now, yeah, that might be the better be the only thing.
Yeah.
Because you're $3,000 a month. How much is that a year? 3 times 12.
36.
You're talking about $36,000 a year. You know what I mean? That sounds ridiculous.
I agree.
That's nobody makes that.
Which is for
1,200 square foot.
Well, so there are some relatively. So the thing is this: people that own that may not be mom and pop guys like you and I, right? Like there are State Farm agents in there. There are companies that have so much revenue that their marketing budget monthly is in the six and seven figures wide. So for them to pay a lease or own it and pay, a property tax of my personal property taxes for my house across the street was $15,000 last year. So again, I imagine that is on par with what a business suite that is generating revenue.
Right, but me and you can both agree that the location decides the price.
Correct.
The location decides the price and the tax rate
Yes.
of that. So why would it, if it's that high a tax, then that means the location is pristine, right?
Yeah.
Right? And
So here, pull up LoopNet. And do you use LoopNet when you look for commercial space? And like I said, I could be wrong. I know the property taxes were high enough for me to say to myself, is it worth it to pay off this mortgage for this lease, thinking that I would then just have all the profit every month and then end up having to still pay several $1,000s a month in property taxes. Now, here's the other thing. They could have misrepresented what the property taxes were because, like I said, the first few times I looked at that property, it was listed at $385. Then, a couple weeks later, I went back and looked at it, and it said it was $515. So, I'm just telling you what it was listed at. I don't know. I didn't go into it myself. I thought it was high, but the rationale I had. Now look for the for sale because you might be looking at listings. Oh, for sale. Okay. Yeah, it should be some long and buy and fry. But yeah, I can't substantiate if it was an accurate listing. I'm going to tell you, at one point it said something to the effect of the property taxes were in the thousands a month if I were to buy it. Which is why I thought to myself, well, if I'm going to buy it, I would only buy it so that my monthly expenses could one day be gone. If I still got to pay a couple $1,000s a month for property taxes, then it's not worth it because I'm going to always have bills. And in that case, I would like the upward mobility of not having to go through the sale process. I can set my leases right. Or something. Or whatever.
no, that is ridiculous, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did it show the listing?
No, you said it's Fry Road and what road?
Long and by. So your movement looks different. Or at least you use a different feature than I do. Yeah, movement. Mm-hmm. 77433. Yeah, it's right here. You find it? Now this was back in like June of last year. There's a chance it's sold, but when I'm almost done with this time. Let me pull off. Let me see if I can find the way I look at it. Hold on.
fastest performance now. If you are still that franchise cornerstone piece.
What up, mate? You look, we're back. Matt just left, like 20 minutes ago. Oh, he came back? Okay. Yeah, he told, I mean, he said goodbye to me 20 minutes ago. So, yeah, he must have turned around. If you just texted him, he must be here. A monitor? You said cover for it? Keep saying that. All the time. Just keep
You stop stressing.
You funny. All right, so this is for lease. Okay.
So it's 2% of the. That's just for commercial in general. 1.5 to 2% of the, and that's the same as ours. I was just making sure of the appraised value.
Like I said, the listing. I looked at a lot of listings, and again, the listing went from 385 to 515.
Even let's say it's 500. 2% of 500 for a whole year is $10,000. That's about $800 a month.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so now it's 505, but this is 811 or 811.8.
Oh, you're on the website, not the app.
This is the app.
Oh, that's
this
the app.
Yeah. Price per square foot.
Oh, it's considered an office space. Okay.
Yeah. I know they said after payment, tax and association or whatever for the space came out to somewhere near $3,000 after it was paid. Now I don't know if this is a different listing than the one I saw, because the original one I saw, it said 385, and so then I went back months later and it said 515, and today it says 505. Oh, before I go with the raises, the way it's supposed to. Okay. Yeah, and I can't remember which one it was exactly, but it was somewhere in the thousands a month, and it was associations and taxes is what they said like that. What I would do if I were you, pretend you're interested in it and see if you can get some information. Someone
if you call the realtor, they'll tell you exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly. Because that's their job.
Yeah.
But, I mean, no realtor has ever answered me in the past weeks. Every time.
Yeah. I don't understand why they say. I would, if I'm a potential phone call to be anywhere from $5,000 to a $20,000 transaction, I'm picking the first one.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same thing, but what I found out about them is that they have so many deals going on that this deal to them is
just one of many.
Exactly, one of many, and they have bigger transactions to worry about. So it's a matter of a $5,000 deal or.
Well, the problem is, how will you know what the deal is if you don't answer the phone?
Right, 100%. You're right. Exactly.
And that's why I say if the potential for every time I tag it could be from $5 to $20 or more $1,000. Every time the phone rings, I'm at least pick up, figure out what you're calling for. Okay, I'll tell you what, let me get some paperwork together and I'll call you right back. At least vet the conversation and just say, does this need my immediate attention or is this something that I can kind of slow roll until I'm ready for it? But they don't even do that. It's just kind of a head scratcher. A lot of people that get into real estate are money motivated, hungry, looking for the whale, so big transactions. It's like, why not do this? I don't understand. So, Cubs, do you have facials on your profile? You took them off? How long ago? I'm sorry? Over a year. When you had it on, how many did you do? 4. So we've been open 5.5 years. She had it on her profile for 4 years, and she says maybe 4 years. But like I said, I think this demographic are same schools where they're households, they're bulk buyers to get a better deal. And I think that's what happens when you spend frivolously living in a city like Houston and realize, okay, now that I got a family, I have to be responsible choices. I don't think the community values that out here like they would closer to the heart of the city. But she's had 4 people that did value it. I think the numbers were so, and I think if she were doing more of them, she would have kept it. But I think it was really against like this year. I think that's I believe that if she felt like she was, if it was worthwhile, she would have kept it on her books. But like a lot of the things that we don't offer anymore aren't due to us not wanting to do them. It's a matter of, is it practical to keep? Because like the facial equipment, like the product, that stuff expires. And if you have it for an X amount of time and it's not being used, you're wasting your resources to buy the product that no one's asking you to provide for them. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not as simple as we'll just offer it and see what happens, because if people aren't patronizing that service, that's something that you gotta take. I think I have that talk straight. Whose bright idea was it to start selling resale equipment from Costco? I mean, okay. Was he like, you know what you guys should do? Or was it something that he was working on?
No, it was something. So we started out with buying, reconditioning, and selling, picking things up for free, reconditioning them and selling them.
Yeah.
But then we wanted to grow, right? Yeah. So we wanted a place where we can get them in bulk, almost for free, or for a really good price.
Really good markup.
Exactly.
Mark down so you can mark it up.
Exactly. And then so we got into furniture, and then from furniture we're like, oh, there's also exercise equipment. We should give that a shot. Yeah. And then it got to the point where exercise was beating furniture by like 10-0. So we started focusing on that, and we just kind of got into it.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Cash card.
Up to you. We can do card or so. On the card.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I would prefer to sell over the card.
Let's do
47 is the total. Yeah, so I created those cards 6 years ago before I had the business Zelle account, and I bought 5,000 of the cards. So, but I
just for getting just like.
Yeah, no. Once I'm out of those cards, my next batch is gonna have all of that stuff. I'm a little bit of a wiser businessman today than I was 7 years ago. Paid a few.
Six 612-325-1796.
Yes, sir.
47, right?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you also. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Happy birthday.
Not you.
One day.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good, how are you? work a little earlier than you planned?
I wish I could. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll have a fresh start to the summer.
Yeah.
We do like a wavelength, a little longer, or okay. So I'll start with this. Got a lot going on this coming week, or
Shawn.
oh Lord.
I couldn't even begin to start because it wouldn't be fair to cut you off in 15 minutes because you'd be like, there's too much information. Even now I want to know.
Well, listen, I've had some people come in here and drop bombs on me and then just walk out like they didn't just say what they said. So I can tell you.
The homeless guy, remember the young guy I told you about once before? I was going to have him come in and get his haircut. Friends we travel with. So we had him at our house, we got the daughter at our house. We finally got him, he's no longer homeless.
Okay.
He's been on the street for about 3 years now.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to help him. And his sister, get married to her. No baby. Oh,
Only one you.
I tell you, we got 4 houses. Yeah, we want to see these. Let everybody go out here. Here's the food stay in.
Steady income.
Yeah.
Before we start to get fancy with anything.
We got a big stuff. And the bird I'm already set up for an interview. I'm giving you that.
Well, you know, I admire you. I too share the same save the world mentality. And
I used to go downtown and pick up the homeless every month. I remember that.
the only reason I stopped was because the city dispersed them. They were hard to find, believe it or not. Because you know, the city ordinance, you can't do anything like that until after 8 p.m. Right, you can go to any corner and find them in the daytime, but at nighttime, when they try to figure out where they're gonna lay their head, a lot of times they congregate in one, area or another, and they used to always be in this one area. So it was an easy thing for us to pack up after working all day on a Sunday, drive downtown, get there around 8, set up, help as many people as wanted a free haircut, and be about a business. Well, it just got harder to do because of the city actively trying to get them out of certain areas because of the second property value and people. And I had a lot of guilt that I dealt with behind not going down there anymore because I've made a commitment that every second Sunday of the month, this is what I'm going to be doing from here on out. And they just stopped coming, or they stopped coming as frequently, and got to a point where we were only cutting 2 or 3 heads. For me, that's not worth it to swim upstream like that, pack up my stuff after working 10 hours to go just cut 1 or 2 heads between the 2 or 3 of us that would go out there. But there was one thought that helped me kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say get over myself, but it helped me stop feeling bad about it, is that there's always somebody. You know what I mean? Like, needy people are everywhere. People that are in need are everywhere. Unfortunately, in this country. And when you've had enough of helping people, you owe yourself the break, and you owe yourself, to use your resources on you and your loved ones. And then, when you feel that need again to go out there and bless somebody, you do it. So I would say if you're bringing yourself to your limits, take care of you and don't feel bad about it because everybody got something. You can always find somebody that you can help and bless when you have enough in your gas tank for that. Don't know how to do it because I did it for a while. And,
They still there.
yeah. That's where he used to be, or that's where he wants to be?
No, that's where he always was.
Oh, okay.
Most of the time he was there, and some of the other ones around that age was
There were times where when we first got going, we were cutting, 30 and 40 heads a night. And there were, like, when I first got going 7 years ago, man, there were hundreds of homeless people lined up at this place called The Beacon. I think it's a library. Yeah, they were all up and down the sidewalk. Then, if you went further up the street, there were other clusters of hundreds of homeless people. I mean, that's why I thought I would never run out of, haircuts.
that's how you say like now, it's just finding where they go. So they move them around. Because anytime they get the large cluster, they break it up. So everybody got
Yeah, the area that we used to go to, they started to cut the street lights off at night, so I couldn't even see what I was doing. I would bring my own light, but it made it more difficult, but that didn't deter me. And then they started doing road work on the sidewalk, and they had the sidewalk broken for 3 years. 3 years. They did everything they could. They just removed the sidewalk. They had barriers and caution tape and stuff like that for 3 years. Then they started going to the bridge near the aquarium. They put speakers onto the bridge, and they piped in bird noises at full blast overnight. They couldn't sleep. And then when the homeless people were like, so, they then put it was like a wide barrier. It was like a wide walkway, wide enough for you to drive a car in. Then they put a barrier and fenced it off so that you only had like a 6-inch, 10-inch walkway under the bridge. And it just got to a point where eventually all of those things collectively started to work, and then we're fine. That bird, that thing made me mad. That's just inconvenient. You might got to work.
owners like that aquarium. Okay, I need you to without putting their name on the door.
Birds. And I get we all want our property value to increase and whatnot, but I feel like they invest a lot of effort and opportunity and resources into getting people out of there when they could have put that same money into creating programs or some kind of health. Yeah. It's a shame. I know you got so many blessings in your life. You got something to tell me. Something. I know you got a vacation or two, like a cruise or a trip to outer space or something.
We did have a vacation from Mexico.
Okay.
We were a couple of weeks away from Mexico. We said, come quick, I don't want to do
Yeah, it's crazy. I had a client yesterday said the same thing. Him and his family were headed to Cancun, and then they said, never mind, we're gonna wait until things kind of chill out. And yeah, they're gonna chill out and wait until things blow over, and then they bring it full circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did the best. Yeah, we are less than a month away now from relocating and doing. So they're putting us in they changed the unit we were going to because they realized they kind of overpromised us and stuff. But the unit that we were supposed to go to is what they passed to give us a slightly more square footage. And they are now give more square foot for the same price, which is a small one. Yep, I'll take it.
This one down.
Yeah, right in the same part. That's a 2.
Yeah.
It just sucks because, man, we haven't been profitable this whole time. It's 5.5 years. So I've got to make another lump sum payment for certain other things. I got to pay $1,500 to get the sign to this building, a couple hundred feet to the next. I got to pay $2,500 to get the flooring equipment or products so I can do the flooring myself. Like windows, there's so many things. I got to do. I got to pay almost a little over $1,500 for electrical work that I got to get done to make sure that all the barbers have everything they need for that. Just a bunch of little nickel and dime fees that add up to a whole lot of dollars. So every trade I gotta pay. That was Cancun. That was a Greece trip right there. That one was, yeah, that one was Jamaica. Yeah, they're in there. But
Right there, some of these movies right there.
Oh, Telly.
Yeah, they texted us.
Oh, okay.
About coming to talk.
Yes.
They said they were hard of hearing, but they couldn't hear.
Yeah. You have to, you gotta treat people like that. People got feelings, and just because it's a job, don't mean we ain't feelings to each other. So you have to, you gotta give people more dignity. And on top of that, that's unfair to walk into a situation like that without a proper kind of buffer.
Yeah.
I'm sure she was just put on the edge.
Yeah, she said it.
Yeah, it's good to kind of clear the air and like, it's, yes. You can't blame neither one.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, man. Well, the shoes, by the way.
I shall see you in a couple of weeks. Take care, okay?
You too. Hello. Good on you. I'm Shawn. You say readers? Okay, gotcha. Do you have clientele in this area or?
Not much.
Tuna on Barker, Cypress, and what others across from here? Huh? Your full time? While we You work at Tuna on Barker, Cypress, and what are
Oh yeah, I just shoot
So it's 290 in Barker, Cypress? Can I make work that we can show you guys? So do you have a license? Do you have a barber license? We just created this paperwork yesterday for our staff to look over their employment options. They can either do an issue or be certified. So I want you to look over this paperwork and decide what you think is best for you and we
drive Minnesota. What are they doing at quarterback? Well, we're kind of Fred's kind of a tough deal. We're not ready to give up on Jose McCarthy. 2024 first round pick that was here last year. But they don't want to just make it and start him. So they're going to look for a veteran. You know, he can play, but also might be able to get the time to play. I mean, he's not snapping back. When the start is going to argue. But when the draft is going back, we don't get to get cut. We'll get out of the bird to get cut in Arizona.
Man, I thought that was a podcast. When it first came, when the sync first came
still have a couple of features in the game. Still waiting to do their own ultimate run. So, if I'm going to really get the first part of the process is this, is it being a cost? What does it cost? I'm not thinking about that with Aaron Rodgers comes in. And I do think that Aaron Rodgers is like a really solid football. Now, he's only going to be young and great. I feel that. But those are tough on first team calls. And get down the field and stop playing call like that. Still makes the call. Because he does as well.
So I got to be, after.
I'm going to say this. Like, the guy is that really patient and turning that goal. And I don't know whether it's the fact that other teams know that they won't do that, or the fact that they're showing that the fight might be too high, but they're hesitating. You've got a whole lot of calls, incoming calls, and that's about it. I'm good. They don't want to trade them, they don't want to trade them, but as we're seeing with Max Crosby and A.J. Brown, two players from their team also don't want to run it. But the price would have to be right. And what so far has been illustrated in the album that was made in 2019. Think about it. They can try to get back to the game about the actual real Texas score, which is what they want. There's no restriction within the law for them. Aaron Rodgers did, I think he's really good. Waiting for an answer. They don't need to look. They need to look. What do you do? So Aaron Rodgers can take it. So he's not going to grab it out. There's someone who's a good guy here. And he's a good coach for the new head coach. If I can answer, senior guy in the way of feeling that you can tell the good answer, senior guy in the way, and we'll see whether that kind of like comes out of their Ireland or call it. There's something there for the program. Minnesota is going to run on that. 1-9 to last year ahead of them. Tennessee run race, Cleveland. What does this run on NFL Live? That's exactly where we bring it around, but it's going for a quarterback in the draft, the right move for LA. Find out what team in the dance that the Rams should pursue. Yes. What is all eyes on Jeremiah Love? With his performance, they get the player replay, they get entire draft trade. Somebody here said, yes, find out who next. You're watching NFL Live. Okay, we just want to do, I don't like that, but tax forms, the whole personal info is a great day. That's why Lifelong One has moved to the transfer identity that Lifelong with address and control. This is use Oreo. Yeah, our research Oreo cups. It's like the lab everyone's been asking for. Taste is good. definitely expected to be the second quarterback taken when the draft headed to Pittsburgh this month. So let's speculate on the team. Now, it was Matthew Stafford moved to down this year. What if they will look at the West? Because the West got Washington, two first round picks, really the one they got from the Falcons last year. That's 13th overall. Four total picks in the first three rounds. All great boost for the team. Then lost Matthew, one quarterback in the last 9 years. Justin Pettis, the fourth round pick, 2023. So the other Matthew Stafford, obviously, sports reports and Philly games that year, closely related to Kansas City. What are you thinking about a quarterback? Super Bowl winning season. I find that you know a player away from jumping Seattle and many people are coming back from what you get so many back. Coming off the season that you saw Matthew Stafford have, you need to add real sleeper, study, contact corner, and speed backfield. Now, we don't let it go, but we're going to find it right here. The Reds got a bunch of good roll rushers. They need a spot that speed rushers. Not only right now. So, if you think that the Reds get down or let them down last year, really on the final stretch, certainly they were able to change as much as I would love to carry. Obviously, young man, good center, Johnson, 28-9. What the first round pick, this Super Bowl is so much more important.
You think good, man?
fully express how I feel. It's tired.
You get you some this week.
I'm on tomorrow. This is time. You do what? Usual, right? And this just a cut like a beer? Yeah. Crazy week or weekend? No, that's what I meant. Like the previous week that just ended. Like,
No, Friday.
oh, Friday. Like work home or
Rules and regulations and everything.
Come out, please. She wants to do commission, and she wants to know what day does she start. So I also want to tell her what the schedule is.
So she'll work my schedule, but so she'll start Thursday, and then she'll get Tuesday, Wednesday off, but she'll come in open and close Thursday and Friday. So just tell her open and close Thursday through Monday. Tell her the requirements are she must open and close Saturday and Sunday, but like if Thursday or Friday she needs, some flexibility on Monday, like we can work with that. And tell her the expected schedule, open and close Thursday through Monday, and if tell her to just let you know now if she is gonna have any deviation on Thursday, Friday, or Monday, but Saturday and Sunday are in all day. Like she gets an hour lunch, but Saturday and Sunday are all day.
Okay, so there's a problem already. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a problem already. She's still working at Tweeter. And she can work Sunday to Wednesday. So that's Sunday now.
Right. So tell her that when she's ready, the only for commission, the only thing that I have the bandwidth for is what I've written down. So tell her that we will take her when she's ready, but she won't be ready as far as we're concerned until she's able to work the commission schedule. Yeah. So that, you know, if she needs a month or two or whatever, but also explain to her that we're about to hire a guy. You know, April 1st or whatever, and we don't hire. We try to give everybody a 3-month window where they're the only new hire we have. So tell her it's either got to be pretty much now, where she's ready for full time, or she'll have to wait until July.
And you must work open to close Saturday.
It goes like bribery. Just that's what I'm talking about. For an obvious violation of a clear policy.
Okay, you can take the policy.
How much weight does it really Policies, the word of the day. We're like that paper that we're reading right now. We just finally formalized or like at least standardized our policies so that we can make sure that everybody knows the same expectation. Because I can only hold so much in my brain, and a lot of times I tell this barber this, but I meant to tell him everything, but I didn't think of everything. You know what I'm saying? So standard. Right, especially each other about client issues. Treating everybody in this field.
You want to know what
Only because it's not the final draft, but I'm okay. If you don't see a problem with it, that's fine. When she gonna let us know?
Okay, Friday.
It was a big dude. He was 313. I want to say it was like 6'7", 313, and a 485. And man, big.
Yeah, she said thank you.
Nice to meet you. That was more impressive to me. 6'7", 6'7", 313. And bro, he looked good. Like, you know, it's a lot of jumping back. Yeah, yeah. But I'm saying like he was moving. Like if you put the ball in his hand, he could make some miss. Like he looked like a very yeah. Right. Yeah, man, he's definitely great. He's more pinkish, yeah. Creatine, yeah, exactly. Oh man, you know none of this shit existed. It's 16 creatine shakes and especially after last week. I know they lost to San Antonio, but maybe that's a schedule. Yeah, I mean, it's tough sitting like that. And then I know Gilchrist wasn't playing OKC, that's right. Yeah, they handle business in overtime against Cleveland. So yeah. Although they fouled out. So I'll take it. Still scaring me on. Ain't got no shooters really, but if K can distribute that like a point guard, the way he was just in the rock, I'll kind of take it. All the extracurriculars, no suspensions, no Rasheed, no phones, no Rasheed, no what is that, Isaiah Stewart? Yeah. I like it. Refreshing. Yeah, I like refreshing. Yeah, but to see a guy to really mean it, as opposed to just everybody shaking hands. Yeah. What you do that in the game? Yeah. I can appreciate, a man that's really mean it. They look decent. Still, I know it's early last season. The fact that they got 40 games. Apparently he's I thought it was within like 2 weeks or something like that. He's already playing G League games. That's one thing about James Harden. He'll score for you. Yeah. That's what you gotta worry about. But you get half of that back and not playing no defense. Right. You win the game. Yeah, the West got a lot of potential champions, former champions. Denver, I think, is still a problem. I think Minnesota is the least of the championship threat, but I think they are in the conversation. Obviously, San Antonio and OKC, whereas I think, in my opinion, I really think it's just y'all. I don't believe in Cleveland. I'm a very realistic person when it comes to James Harden. I got to see more. He don't have a long enough time left in his career to erase all the failure I've seen. Somebody made a great point earlier on NBA Today where they were saying Tibbs ran his horses into the ground. They played all 82 like it was the NBA Finals. And so he said, don't sell your stock in the Knicks early because they don't look as good as they did with Tibbs. He said the NBA is a marathon. And Tibbs was coaching like he was a sprint, whereas they're saying Mike Brown is coaching his team like the other NBA coaches, where it's like, let's start to rev up it's so that I got all my bullets when I need them. Tibbs didn't care. Tibbs was playing like it was Call of Duty. He just had unlimited mags. So he was just wearing guys down without any regard for what tomorrow could look like if you wear your guys down. They were just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks are the best version of themselves when it comes to the playoffs because Michael Bay, a proven coach, he's been on the championship team. He's, he's a vet. He knows his X and O's. So they're saying the Knicks probably are more of a dangerous threat than their people. I think they're third. I thought it was Detroit, then Cleveland. I thought, then the Knicks. What I thought.
Not just severe ulcerative colitis symptoms coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid release of 4 weeks. Many people experience remission in 1 and even 2 years. Some saw 100% dysphonia of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need the vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya is now approved for Crohn's disease. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
So did you add the thing about the credit card reader? Like they can't start until they have that if they're going to be blueprint? Okay.
This is a superstar athlete that put together a big time season with a prolific customer.
Workout warriors. Shit, half. You're being generous. You're being generous.
Like, I'm looking at these cats, I'm like, I probably won't even none of these dudes at all.
And think about the time the guy set the record for the combine 40, and we don't know his name. We don't. It was after John Ross, whatever Ross was, like, too late. Yeah. And we don't know his name. Well, hello there. What up, my friend? What up, my other friend? How you doing, bud? Doing well. So we got something to discuss. Yeah. So, I don't know who I text. You okay? So I don't know what happened for you guys, but Wednesday my booking somehow they changed my address on the app. And Thursday when you guys didn't show up, I didn't know why, and I didn't even realize you were the hunters. And then when I no show the appointment, I got the payment from Booksies, which is what they should have done. However, if I were you, I've already told them that this was what happened, but I told them that you guys went to the other location thinking that I had moved, and that's why you missed your appointment. So I'm currently waiting for them to tell me how they're gonna go about this, because I would much rather you guys capitalize on that, even if it didn't actually affect you. I would love for you guys to benefit. So
I'm like, either way, like, we looked at each other Thursday night and we're like, crap.
yeah. Well, you might be able to dodge a bullet, but you gotta sell it.
Yeah.
And you have my blessings. Because theoretically, that could have been the issue.
Yeah.
So if I were you, I'd go with it. Yeah, the app. So we had a bar. So the problem is that we have a barber. We started 2 months ago. Then he just randomly quit me. And when he quit, he changed his address, which he should have. But the problem is Booksy allowed him to change everybody's address on the app. Now, he didn't know. Yeah, he didn't know. So Booksy had some kind of glitch in their system of authorization. Yeah. So this weekend we had a relatively slower weekend than we should have. And I only found out because one of my clients that knew we were moving was like, "Man, you already?" I was like, "No, why?" And he sent me a screenshot. And it had, and that happened Wednesday, but I didn't know. So, right. And then that also took like off the Google. So I mean, it could have had way more effect on my business than I'm ever gonna know. So. So I called earlier. They said they're going to escalate it to. We'll see that too. They're going to Okay. Okay. Well, I like to say you my dog. I hate the way she is.
Walking out. You bad.
Well, I like to save you the time and embarrassment possible. Well, I was talking.
I guess it's hard to that out.
Yeah, but I was, I was talking to customer service. I don't know how, I was talking to Booksy. Mr. Booksy let me one thing. I don't think that's who. I don't think I'm important enough to have their direct line. You know what I mean? I think the guy was on best he could. He said it escalated to some car. Get it back there.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Yep.